Start kicking it. Look, everything virtual starts somewhere.
Okay, and now we're live. Perfect. All right, so I guess Chag Sameach and Shavua Tov, everyone. Welcome to episode 16 of Cast in the Shadows. I'm here with Cam and Data, and we are going to be talking about the things we're going to be talking about. So we got, we were talking about this just before, but the Star Citizen ship naming. Let's just dive right into that first.
All right. So with this, if you want to pull up the Spectrum post here, essentially, so CG have said that for our ships here, they're going to get both serial numbers and names, and we'll be able to give a name to our ships. The largest example that's going on is naming a Mercury Starman or the Millennium Falcon. However, there's a wrench in the works with it. You won't be able to just name your ship whatever you want, as it is currently. We'll see if it changes, but as it's currently, you will have to have a unique name for your ship per its um hull. So, for example, you could have a Carrack named the Millennium Falcon, and you could have a Mercury Starrunner named the Millennium Falcon. But if you have a Mercury Starrunner named the Millennium Falcon, no other Mercury Starrunners that any other person owns can be named that. They would have to be named the Millennium Falcon 1 or the bracket Millennium Falcon bracket or whatever other variations people will go with because they still
Well,
want to call theirs the Millennium Falcon or whatever.
Unlike with
but
handles, you can't have spaces clear as evident of the screenshots they show off. So at least you have a bit more freedom of your variations, but yeah, you got that same problem where
apostrophes, commas are a no-go, so you can't have, like, for instance, the Queen's Gambit, or at least, Queen apostrophe S Gambit. So it would just be QUEENS Gambit.
So here's some some CIG examples here. We got Shooting Star on a 600i hull here. I think they're just the same. It's the same thing, right? But on different, different angles, showing you where. Here's the serial number on the rear. And it's really cool. It's just, again, you're then limiting. It's going to be the way it's going to be treated from what I've seen is that it's going to be like your RSI handle, your in-game name, for lack of a better term. And your in-game name, at least unlike your in-game name, this can contain spaces, but like your in-game name, it has to be unique, and if it's taken already, you cannot use it.
No, and so there's going to be no way to see what's already taken for ship names, so you're going to be sitting there potentially for hours trying to find, because there's million or at least thousands and thousands and thousands of players, many of whom have several ships. That would mean then you might be sitting there for hours trying to find a unique name. And the now that being said, so there's two camps on it. One is the camp that's saying, hey, I'm okay with you with all names being unique, and if you can't think of a unique name or you're worried about it, you're just a unimaginative idiot. Is generally how those posts kind of go. The other camp is generally pretty much saying that, hey, I think unique names are a bad idea. It's going to delve quickly into elite speech or just unintelligible bullshit. Because the idea that CIG have said it is that they want you to go and really bond with your ship, and then you have having a unique name for it, like yours is the only ship out there named the Queen's Gambit or whatever. But pretty soon, the people who are arguing that unique names should not be a thing, saying,
like
well,
that
pretty soon you're
trailer
going to have
for the 890 trailer. Remember, you had the 890 jump named the Gatsby.
Yeah, it was that, and you'd only have one called the Gatsby, so it's like you'd have the Adventures of the Gatsby, at least until it got destroyed, and then you can have another one named the Gatsby or
the Gatsby 2.
And one other big concern too is that CAG also said that if a ship gets traded, meaning gray market wise, so if I were to go now, I've got a 890 jump named the Gatsby, and I go and I gray market sell it to another player, it maintains its name. So this raises concerns too that some people might go and jump on some more famous or desired names, and then oh well, I've got the 890 jump called the Gatsby, and I'll sell it to you for double the price of a normal 890 because
through the gray market,
only one. So that raises some concerns there. So now I am in the camp that I don't see why names need to be unique. I would think that the serial numbers are already going to be unique. So just like in real world, there's no need for if you own a boat or a yacht or whatever in the real world here, you don't have to go and register a unique name to it. You can, if you want to call it the Unsinkable 2 or the Rubber Ducky or whatever, the Millennium Falcon or whatever, the Susan, let's say you have a wife named Susan, you're like, I want to name the boat for her because I love them both very much, whatever. You can do that. You can name
Right,
it
but
whatever you
the
want.
key
There's no
term
need
here
to
to
be
take
unique.
away is unique serial number. So if the serial number is already going to be unique per ship, you'd think,
There's no
okay,
reason to have a unique
because again,
name.
you're going to have, how many people do you think want to name their ship the Millennium Falcon or the Enterprise or, even like other like popular sci-fi ship names
The
like
Pioneer
Firefly or the Serenity or, Voyager or whatever.
Yep. I mean, so my personal take on it, like I said, I don't think that unique names need to be a thing. Just because, now that being said, there's going to be like some leet speak shit out there. Of course, people are going to try to push what boundaries they can always, but I would rather that everyone who wants to name their ship the Millennium Falcon, as unoriginal as that might be, can do so. Especially if you have a more interesting name, and you were to see someone else who has that name or a similar name, be like, hey, hey, nice name. I would think that would be more of a bonding experience between you two, rather than something like, oh, look at this stupid idiot. I've got the Millennium Falcon. They've got the Millennium Falcon too, and my day's just ruined. Like, to me, I'm like, does it really ruin anything?
If
In my
that's
mind,
ruins your
no.
day, then
But if
you're
you're
not playing this
forced
for
to
fun, are you?
name, yeah, but if you're forced to name your ship the Crunchy Cricket because that was the only unique thing that I could freaking come up with because every other permutation or combination of words was taken unless I just resort to gibberish.
Hey, the
You know,
Cricket. That actually sounds like a pretty good ship name. You should write that down.
no, sure, but viewers are free to take that. All 12 of you or however many we've got now.
Yeah. Speaking in the
But
chat, I just want to say, hail. Robert says hail, so hail to Robert, and Kronos says hey
Hail.
thar. So, like hey thar, like hey there. So, how's it going, guys? Robert does ask us, have you guys tried the Outriders demo yet?
No, I
I
think I
can't
saw
say that I
someone playing
have.
it, but no.
Data?
It looked like Gears
I
of
have
War to
not.
me. Not to segue, but it seemed to feel and look, at least combat-wise, very similar to like Gears of War in terms of like the cover system, the way the guns were shooting, very very similar. That's just my take on it. I was just watching another friend who was streaming the demo, so don't know.
But back to
That,
naming.
that Yeah, so back to Star Citizen. Now one of the CIG devs did go and respond after a couple of days of this, and this is just my take on it. Going through the Spectrum thread on the naming, and all the comments that people have been posting in there, and I've been following it for a couple of days. It seems like, generally speaking, I would probably weigh it as about 70-30 or 80-20 or so are more in favor of not having unique names. In that, look, there's no reason for names to be unique. We should be able to name our ships whatever we want. And in fact, that will lead us to bond with them more if we can name them what we want versus being forced to name yourself the Crouton Special because you couldn't find anything else other than random gibberish. Or if your ship's named the ASDVJKLMYZHA because fuck it, I needed something unique for it and I mashed my keyboard, you're not really going to bond too much with that ship, are you? That being said, POG did reply in there saying, hey, things are always kind of in motion here, and we do take your guys' feedback, but it seems like, at least for now, they are still moving forward with names being unique, probably just because, at least at this point, they've probably got most of that code base already done. That being said, I hope, personally speaking, that they're going to change this decision. Like I said, if we've already got, and for me too, if you have a unique serial number for the ships, let's say you've got a Carrack and its serial number is the CRK-043397, I think it'd be pretty cool to have, like, when you call air traffic control and you're like, hey, I want a hangar, The air traffic controller says, CRK-039 or 7, whatever it is, you are cleared for berth 27 over here. Your lane is clear. That'd be pretty freaking cool to hear them actually say like your serial number. And since that's going to just be presumably letters, numbers, and dashes, you could easily have for your voice actors who voice the air traffic controllers, you have them say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, yada yada yada.
No, there's
Boom,
another
there you
thing
go.
too. This
They're
just came
now
to my
able to
mind.
voice any permutation of your serial numbers that might pop up, because it's all just again.
And here's another thing that I understand they're not taking away the opportunity for players to name serial number, but what you could do for the serial number is have it be like okay, say you want your ship to be Whiskey Tango Foxtrot 1 or something like that, and then you have that be the unique name, like the player handle, but for ships, that I'd understand.
Yeah,
that would be pretty cool. Especially since you can be creative with it. Like there, you can make it like, okay, it's Millennium Falcon, but using numbers and all that. Or you can have, the odd one, calculator, was it 8008 and all that, and then add a 5 or something. But like the whole point is you can be creative and be fun with that, and it would be cool. But at the same time, it's just a serial number, so it doesn't affect really anything in the long run. Plus, you're hearing the NPCs, presuming that this would be the case, you'd be hearing the NPCs. ATC controller telling you the handle, the serial number that you created for your ship.
Yes.
But I can understand again from a lore perspective. Okay, these ships were manufactured, so they're each manufactured with a specific serial number, like a gun or really anything in the world. They have a item number, serial number, so that would be unique based on in-game stuff, and understandably so.
That being said, at least for now, since it seems like at least short term we are going to be kind of stuck with it, and then also too, there's going to be several waves of essentially people who get the chance to name their ships. So the first wave for all the ships, and so the ships this is being rolled out for currently is the 600i, the 890 Jump, the Hammerhead, the Reclaimer, the Mercury Star Runner, and the Carrack. So those ones are all going to be sharing the same brackets here. So the first wave. So these are the guys who first get to go and name their ships here. Is going to be wave 1 starts March 1st. So that would be starting Monday here. And those guys are going to be the concept pledges. So pretty much anyone who pledged for this ship when it was in concept, when it first popped up, and the golden ticket holders. So these are the people who would have backed the game in the very, very, very beginning
during the Kickstarter in 2012. Except we should note for the Carrack, unique has a unique thing where in March 1st, the first wave will also include 2014 pledges, which is obviously not part of the.
That was when it was in concept.
Right. Yeah. Fair.
Because it was one of the very first ships.
Right. Yeah.
Wave 2 begins a week later, so that means that all Wave 1 have a
March
whole
8th.
week to come up with whatever name you want and enter that in. You're putting this in on the website, not in game. Wave 2 begins March 8th, and this will include concierge. So that's going to be anyone that has spent total in the game over $1,000. And then for the 600, that's anyone who got a 600 in 2018. For the 890 Jump, that's anyone who got an 890 in 2015 and 16. For the Hammerhead, that's anyone who got it in 2018. For the Reclaimer, anyone who got it in 2014, 2015, or 2016. For the Mercury Star Runner, anyone who got it in 2018. And then for the Carrack, anyone who got it in 2015 or 2016.
And concierge. It's also
concierge.
So anyone that spent over $1,000 in the game, regardless of whether you got the ship last year, 2 weeks ago, or 5 years, or whatever.
No. Then third wave begins a week after, or just over a week after that, so March 15th. And for the 600i, that'll be anyone who got it in 2019. For the 890, that's anyone who got it in 2017 or 2018. For the Hammerhead, anyone who got it in 2019. For the Reclaimer, anyone who got it in 2017 and 2018. For the Mercury Star Runner, anyone who got it in 2019. For the Carrack, anyone who got it in 2017 or 2018. And then wave 4, which is the last wave, will be pretty much everything later than that. So pretty much for the 600i, for the Hammerhead, for the Mercury Star Runner, anyone who got it in 2020, and then for the Carrack, the Reclaimer, and the 890 Jump, anyone who got it in either 2019 or 2020.
Also, we should note that because they mentioned here in 2017, when we offered the Origin 600i as a concept pledge, Warbond pledges were given the ability to reserve a name for their ship. So we already have a database with reserved names for this one.
Yep. Now that being said, my personal opinion, again, going back to my personal opinion on it, sure, let them reserve their own name and just be like, hey, sorry, there's these few names that, and then lock those in so they cannot change those names from what they've already had for them. Beyond that, let everyone pick what they want. But that being said, short term, since it looks like we are kind of stuck with this,
it is. They do say temporary. This is the first iteration, so they're definitely going to be changing it. Just we have to wait and see how long it takes them to change it.
We don't know if they will or not. But at least currently, some options you would have if you do want to name yourself something, and you're like, I think this name might be taken. You can go and prefix it with some kind of a organization name. So like you could have a couple like 2, 3, 4 letters for your organization, or you could have like a word or something that would go in prefix or suffix.
That would be cool, like how you have the USS in modern day ships, or the HMS for British ships, or in the Star Citizen in universe where you have the UEES for Navy ships.
No, so like you could, let's say, if for example, you're for example, let's say if you were part of Test Squadron, you could name your ship Test, and then a space and a dash if it lets it, and then the Millennium Falcon, or the Test Belligerent Duck, or whatever you want to call it.
But the point is, you have a name and something that makes that unique to a specific org or whatever, so it makes it.
Yeah, or it could be all of your ships have like in brackets, let's say 8, 9. Or some other prefix or suffix that you find meaningful to yourself. So that would be one way to kind of get yourself to have a unique name while still being able to make sure that you have access to it, even if you're in like wave 4 and you're like, oh shit, everyone else gets to go ahead of me.
Right. Kronos in the chat says, make up a funny name. There's an idea for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kronos, there's 3 million backers in Star Citizen.
Yeah, and each one is going to have probably more.
With each one having their own creative humor, give or take. I've met some that are just really outright annoying, but
or lack of humor thereof.
Yeah. That being said, though, the point is, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. It's pretty much like saying, and again, it's like in the real. It's pretty much like saying, okay, you have to name your child something that no one else has.
Maybe like
And my name is based off of a deceased great grandparent, so that's just not right. That's just not really the.
So what you're saying is, if I want to name someone the same name as you, I have to kill you first.
Pretty much. Wait.
Okay.
No. But yeah, like I'm reading through, like you read through the article, and like I'm reading some of the replies here from backers, and they're just like, they're all in agreement with us for the most part.
But it's like, and I mean, although I can see where CIG was coming from this idea that hey, you have to pick something that is unique, and then this, you now have this uniquely named ship. And that'll mean something. It's like, sure, but it's not very meaningful if my ship is named the gibberish letters here, because I kept trying everything I could think of and ended up with just having to go with gibberish because 2.5 million other people went ahead of me. Not so great there.
Yeah, and then this guy brings a good point. I was thinking the same thing, and that is NPC ships are going to have names, right? I mean, what I was thinking
and they're
was
going to
that,
outnumber players 9-1. So,
and the fact that we already know of named ships in the lore. For instance, in Squadron 42, you serve aboard the UES Stanton.
or the belligerent duck.
No, you in Squadron. That's the ship. Idris.
Oh yeah, but then also too, we've got the belligerent duck has also been named.
Right, and then there's the Dreadnought. I think Retribution, the UES Retribution.
Yep.
So we got a bunch of names. So are those technically taken too?
Probably.
Yeah. Some guys are coming up with solutions here. But yeah, at the end of the day, the ship naming is, it's kind of a, I don't think it's a good idea to have it unique like your player handle in that when you have unique serial numbers already in place.
Yeah, it's like I get what they were going for, but I think it's the wrong way to go about it. In my opinion.
Again, because they have the unique serial numbers, so why have the unique name as well when you could just have, okay, we have 7 enterprises, but given, at the moment, it's going to be you're probably going to run into them a lot, but at the end of the day, this game is supposed to have 100 star systems, and everyone's going to be spread out across them. You're probably not going to be running into people that have the same ship name as you often, unless you're, flying with them casually on a daily basis. But yeah, it's definitely the community as a whole has not been very happy about it, which it leads me to think they're going to change it in some way.
I would hope
they're not going to change it before they implement it.
If they locked in, so the guys who as a war bond offer was like, hey, you get to choose the name of your ship, and yours is going to be okay. Make allowances for those, lock them in place so they can't change it and start screwing everything else up, and then from there be like, okay, put those on a blacklist on the naming thing, and after that, whatever you want, go. They've already said they are going to filter out for slurs and that kind of stuff here. Anything that's just absolutely inappropriate.
Yeah, they have a filter in place to get slurs out. Mention that here. To catch inappropriate names and reserve the right to rename a ship should someone circumvent our filters and use a name we consider inappropriate that's not automatically flagged.
Yep.
So that's good because I don't want to see some really bad named ships.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest. I have met some anti-Semitic people in the Star Citizen community. That being said, the Star Citizen community is probably. I'm going to be told and I know we've technically we've kind of been welcomed into the Fandom Menace community here on YouTube, but I gotta say, in terms of gaming communities, Star Citizen is probably the best community I've ever been in.
How dare you?
For a gaming community, it's so welcoming. Versus most gaming communities are usually if you're not that good at something, then you're teased for it. Versus Star Citizen's oh here, you don't know how to do this? Okay, we'll help you. Come aboard, be a gunner or whatever, have fun. So
having fun? We can't have that.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole naming thing, it's probably they're probably gonna change it, but not before the first implementation. We're definitely gonna have that unique thing. And again, this is all temporary anyways, so there is that to keep in mind. It's just it's important to note that this is only temporary. They even say it. Because whether they're waiting for Tony Z's quantum simulation technology to be implemented or not yet in iCache. So, also, Mega J1 Videos, also known as Jeffrey Turner, says, dropped in to say hello there. So, just shout out to him. But yeah, so Star Citizen, do we also want to just briefly review the free fly, or not really?
We can. I don't think much of no happened
It
during
was
it.
it was very for an event like that. It was very uneventful.
I think part of it too is that the Xenothreat event had just ended,
And
so
everyone's
you have people
yeah
who only kind of jump back in to do the Xenothreat event, and
myself included.
then and the free flyers too are kind of going, okay, hey, there's this event going on, and it's over. And just like,
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I think the high died down with Xenothreat, and that's the. And
oh, hey,
I
pretty
know you said you
soon,
got a person in, but I haven't gotten, at least that I'm aware of, I haven't gotten anyone in 3D free fly events. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm
he's
not
right now
complaining
going
about it. I'm
around
just
in
pointing it
a
out.
he's been going around in a constellation today, just zapping out the very low threat bounties. And he was like, "I love this. I can slaughter them all." Like, dude, you're killing people in starter ships and they're NPCs. They suck.
Yeah,
He's like, but still, and he's not wrong.
I mean, it's fun the first time around, but it loses
Oh yeah,
the novelty wears off.
yeah,
But I can totally understand where he's coming from the first time around. Like I remember back in, jeez, 3.2 and 3.2, like bounty hunting when they first introduced it, as that it's just go to location, kill ship, then do wash, rinse, repeat. And yeah, it was fun as hell the first time around. But I mean, the novelty wore off. And since the thing is still the same. It's still just go to location, kill ship, move on. Except now they changed the ships to be different types of ships and different payouts and all that. Like I know other people find that interesting, but to me, I don't care because it's still just go here, kill thing, move on.
yeah,
And there's not a lot. It's not that there's not a lot of effort, especially with the harder ships. It's just that there's not a lot of variety, or there's not a lot of what's the face to it. There's not a lot of depth, really. It's just a
yeah.
basic assassination quest. There's no disable the engines and wait for like our forces to move in, or board the ship to take him hostage, take him aboard or whatever stuff. Like there's no variation between the contracts depending on where you are. Like say Crusader, they want you to take him in and bring them to their holding facilities wherever they are or something. Whereas Hurston, or say that's the case for Hurston. Whereas Crusader's more like, okay, disable the ship so that we'll take it from here, and our corp will kind of like join in with you. Like they can do that kind of thing. And I kind of wanted more of that. I also just want more FPS gameplay in this game too, because I've been playing a lot of Star Marine again this past week, and the gunplay in Star Citizen is still phenomenal. And that SMG is great against players if you're aiming for the head. Anything else doesn't do it. I just gotta learn to balance that recoil a bit more. But shall we move on?
There.
Good, because up next we got some Halo news. So we got a Halo Infinite news drop. We'll cover that first, and that is so we got another Inside Infinite update on Halo Waypoint. So this is the February update, and we have the environment team talking about essentially the world of Zeta Halo that they were building, and they're talking about how they came up with the world. They literally went into essentially the backyard of 343 Industries' as headquarters, the forested area there, because it's in Seattle, I think. So they kind of just took pictures and stuff for reference, to make for Halo, because obviously Halo's always full of like lush green environments, grassy hills and forests and trees and all that. So that's what they used for the environment in Zeta Halo and Halo Infinite. Then they also talk about some of the art design, how they're going for more simplicity and legacy, with terms thrown around, as kind of like filters for inside the studio, as filters to kind of maintain, okay, we're trying to go back to a classic art style, because they also use the term spiritual reboot a lot. Because Halo Infinite is a spiritual reboot, it's bringing the series back to a more classic no, I don't know about storytelling yet, but I do know it's bringing it back to a more art style, classic style, as well as first of all, it's the first. This is the first game you're back on a Halo ring since Halo 3. So, there's that. But they're talking more about how what was it? They're talking about how they want players to feel like there's more choices in the game as well, like based on the environment. So it's not just there's a linear path. Like you have the golden path, as they call it, for the story, right? Like the main quest in an open world game. But they do specify this is not an open world game. It's just more open than a normal Halo game would be. There is still a out of bounds boundary thing, like invisible walls, like Halo Reach and 4 and 5 had. So you won't be able to do any like time travel type, going from one level to another type thing just by like walking off the map's border. But
darn.
One of the UI guys said he did make a lore friendly heads up display notification for when you're reaching the out of bounds area. So I mean, cool, but still kind of bugs me that you can't do like some cool ass glitches like in Halo 3. But they do talk about how the environment, they made it look more classic Halo. They talk about like the lore and how this was supposed to be built during a different time compared to because in the lore, the Zeta Halo was meant to be built is a different type of Halo compared to the others. So it was built in a different time, and therefore the architecture should resemble that. They also talk about how the hexagons are like the ring structure, so you're going to see a lot of those because the ring is broken. But yeah, it's pretty cool. We do have Joseph State. So they also talk about what was it? They talked about. I'm looking for it right now. Sorry. That they wanted the stories, like the story. You got the Golden Pass story, right? The main story, Master Chief, and the main quest of the game, and then you have side stories that you'd see through visuals just by exploring. So you have like you can just go off the beaten path to explore and do your own thing, and you might come across something that tells a story visually through the environment. Whether it's something about the recent battle that we have no idea really what happened prior to the game's start, or things regarding Zeta Halo's 1,000-year past that's more dark and all that. It's also going to be a Halo that has a day-night cycle, which they showed here. So you can see this beam emitter tower and different types times of day, which I think is pretty cool. But I mean, again, this is it's all visual. So far, this update gave me a much needed positive news regarding Halo Infinite after a lot of negative news I've been hearing regarding the game. But at the same time, again, I've been burned by these guys before, so it's still a little hard. It's hard. I want to trust them, but that being said, Joe Staten does give an update here, and I'm just going to read it because it's real short. So Joe Staten, for anyone who doesn't know, is the guy that wrote Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach. But he says, as you read this month's update and look at the screenshots, you might have the same question I did when I first joined the team last fall. What kind of game is Halo Infinite? Infinite's world is incredibly large, and its vast combat zones connect seamlessly to each other. Its vistas are filled with adventures that entice you to stray from the Golden Path story missions. From a distance, it might appear that we're building an open-world game, but that's not really the case. We're making a Halo game, sandbox shooter where goal is to make you feel like the most powerful actor in a rich, emergent sci-fi combat simulation. For example, if you zoom into some of this month's screenshots, you'll catch glimpses of the wildlife that inhabits the ring. Halo Infinite's campaign doesn't have a crafting system, however. I guess that was a question people were asking. And you won't spend time hunting and skinning the animals to make better gear for Master Chief. Spartans wear Mjolnir-powered assault armor. They don't need leather boots. Mind you, this is
What?
2-ton armor that costs more than a freaking destroyer. What you will spend your time doing is plummeting from rocky overlook into the heart of an enemy patrol, eliminating their leader with a well-stuck plasma grenade, and if it's me, it's going to be stuck on their crotch. Using your grapple shot to pull his power weapon off the ground and into your hands, and then empty its magazine into the rest of the patrol, scattering nearby wildlife back into their burrows, which is to say, we've designed Halo Infinite so that you're freer than you've ever been to do what a Spartan super soldier does best. Survey a battle space, plan your attack, engage the enemy, deal with whatever surprises the sandbox throws your way, and then rearm for the next battle. What's different this time around is that you have more freedom than ever before to choose your path through the world. Follow a hidden cave system into a well-guarded fortress, wind your warthog through a fog-filled mountain pass, capture a banshee and fly to a floating ring fragment across a gap of stars. Strong narrative remains at the heart of the Master Chief story, and your journey between story missions is that was a very linear game. But one of the things they talk about a lot throughout this entire post is how they're making what Halo CE was originally going to be, and that is this super free thing where you can explore. Think the first mission, Halo, or the second mission, Halo, where you're on the ring for the first time, and you can choose which group of Marines to save first, right? You have that freedom. You're not being guided by a certain path. So it's the entire game's kind of taking that mentality to its core environment, setting, and gameplay. And then we also have and a lot of the devs are talking about how Halo CE. They mention Halo CE a lot, talking about how one of them said their favorite mission is the Silent Cartographer, and all that, and they wanted to essentially make some of the game feel like that mission. Understandable, but again, it's and the screenshots are cool and all. You can zoom in and see some really cool stuff, but at the same time, I want to see actual footage.
No, how dare you?
That being said, sniper rifle is definitely really good. It's a mix. It definitely looks like a good blend between the 343 design and with the Bungie scope for sure. I really didn't like the 343 scope, where it was more like a traditional modern day scope and not this cool view screen. But I mean, look, again, I just want to see footage, Now, actually, I was talking to Master Z, the guy that created or worked on the SPV3 mod, regarding some of these screenshots.
Mm.
And he and I were kind of noticing that the shading feels off in the game. You look at the screenshots and look at some of the the structures here, the Forerunner structures. They feel a little cartoony, don't they?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
And I think we both kind of chalked it up that I think it's the shading. It's a little too, I won't say too crisp, but too contrasting, where it's it's too extreme. Here you got it's black and then it's too, I think it makes it look too dull. It looks like a toy versus, don't get me wrong, you have weathering textures here and it looks great. It's just I think the shading is really not doing it justice. Because then you have this thing where you've got these details and stuff that makes it look a little bit better, but it definitely looks too not blocky, but yeah, it's just I think the shading. I think here you can tell. Oops. Hold on. Yeah, here with the underbelly of this floating tower, kind of tell what the shading is
Yeah.
Or kind of just makes it look like dull color and then dull there's not. I think it's contrast and shading. I think that makes it look this way, but whatever. I mean, again, the game looks fine. I know a lot of people gripe about it doesn't look next gen. At least to me, it doesn't really have to. At least it looks good enough that I know what's going on and I can see things. And
it doesn't need to have super colors,
right?
Or high, super high res or something like that. As long as it looks and plays halfway decent, okay.
Yep, and I've had people. I know some channels have already talked about this, but like the model of the Banshees here you can see are from Halo Reach, and I'm like, all I think is that's cool. You get some brute colored Banshees here.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's not like the models before were terrible or anything like that. They
No,
look fun.
yeah, and I also noticed that there is someone pointed this out. There's a little floating ship here. To me, it looks like a Spirit dropship, but obviously modified. The old tuning fork ships. But I thought it was worth noticing. You can also see segmented parts of the ring here and a little there. Definitely looks better than the campaign demo we saw in July. That's for sure.
Yes.
And just to point out, all these screenshots were captured on PC. Every single one of them that you see. This was PC, PC, PC. But they do talk about how you can, and some of the stuff they talked about does sound really cool. Where it's like say okay, you can go this way, driving up in a warthog, guns blazing with some Marines, or you can sneak around and then find some subterranean entryway into the base, or you take a vantage point, snipe them, and that will also count with co-op because obviously the campaign will have co-op. And you can play with your buddies, and all I could think of was maybe we can have I can take the sniper position, or someone can drive up with the warthog while the other one sneaks in under side, and that would be pretty cool. They did not clarify if co-op would be like Chief clones or go a Halo 3 and Halo 5 route where you're playing as canon characters. Because I know a lot of people in the Halo community do not want to go to the Chief clone route. Where it's like you're all just clones of Chief, like Halo CE, Halo 2, and Halo 4.
Hell yeah.
Where it's just like you just got 4 Chiefs running around. So it does seem like that's the route they're going with, but I mean I really don't. Like, at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, sure it'll suck. I mean but at the same time, I'd rather the gameplay be good than oh no, I'm playing as just a Chief clone with my buddy. At least then we'll look like an army of Spartans, so that'll be pretty cool. And you can see some Marines here. They do mention like rescuing Marines as part of the game and everything like that, so you will have Marines again, and that's something Halo 5... Halo 4 had a little bit. There was a mission in Halo 4 I really did like, where you actually had Spartan 4s backing you up, which I thought was cool because, that was a good use of the Spartan 4s in the game, in the gameplay, is that okay, now you're being assisted by Spartans, kind of like Halo Reach with your noble team, except now you got pretty much like a whole freaking army of them. But here they're going back to basics. You're the Spartan and you got the Marines with you, and I like that. I always loved hanging out with the Marines. I always try to keep them alive.
Even though they keep trying to kill themselves.
Yeah, or like they dodge into the way of my vehicle and I run them over accidentally.
I always thought it's like, look, I get it, the situation here isn't great, but it's not enough that you want to jump under the treads of my fucking tank here. Right? It's not that bad. It ain't bad until I say it's bad.
What? At least the Marines look like Marines again. You got a Marine there holding a BR-75, and you're on the Warthog. It looks fun. I just want to see. I'm kind of at the point where I'm not saying like this is bad. This is all good news. I just want to see gameplay.
How dare you?
I dare. I double dog. I triple dog dare you.
Chaos.
They do say that the hexagons are going to be part of the structure, so you're going to see a lot of them. All I hope is, and I'm honestly, at the end of the day, hexagons, whether they're there or not, I really don't care. If I had one gripe, I'd say you can keep them, just kind of add a bit more detail so they're not literally just straight up silver hexagons.
How dare you?
But aside from that, My main concern in terms of the hexagon, the overuse of hexagons in this game, seemingly, is the campaign demo that we saw, where your HUD, whenever your shield was recharging, you'd have hexagons all over your screen.
Yeah, that was kind
And
of.
that was like, I don't like it from a design perspective, and I hate it from a gameplay perspective and UI perspective,
Oh yeah.
because
Well,
it's
I
like
mean,
now it's obstructive and intrusive and just
well,
straight up
exactly.
annoying.
Presumably, if your shield is recharged, that means you're probably going to be in the middle of the combat still, trying to go and take some cover here,
Yeah, you're taking
get away
cover,
from
and
the
you're
enemy
like, you
for
still
just
want to
a
survey the
second here,
situation
and now you can't
somehow.
see shit.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like.
But they haven't given any update onto that. But again, this is all good news so far. You know, like here, like Troy, whatever, what is his name? I have to scroll all the way. Troy Mashburn, who is the what the hell is he for? He is the gameplay director responsible for gameplay across the campaign. He's talking about how he wants to make more like missions feel like that silent cartographer, and so far I'm getting a good feeling from this, from at least from this specific post. You know, because at least Joe Staten pretty much he's a Halo vet for literally since its conception. So he knows what he's talking about when he says it's about because Halo at its core is a power fantasy. You know, you're supposed to be the strongest thing in the room, taking on everything at once.
Everything.
Everything. No, but you guys have anything to say about that?
Nope.
I'm not a big Halo guy, so
How dare you? But yeah, honestly, from just what I've been seeing, I'm worried that the game is going to be shit, but we'll have to wait and see until we actually have it in our hands. Just if it is shit, it's going to be a huge nail in the coffin of the Halo franchise. Just because since 343 has taken over Halo 4, Halo 5, Halo 4 when it came out was widely regarded as the worst of the Halo games. And Halo 5
And then
came
Halo
out, which
5
again,
came out and topped that, yeah.
and topped it in terms of how bad it was.
And that's
it's
the thing,
just
and
like,
that's why I want to be like, this article's good, but at the same time, I'm still, it doesn't change my feeling all of a sudden, like, oh, all of a sudden I'm so, I'm excited. Halo Infinite's gonna be great. I don't care what you say. Like, no, I'm still super skeptical because, the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I ain't getting fooled a third time. Because I got fooled twice with Halo 4 and 5. And they do talk about how clamber and the use of clamber and the use of the grapple shot, the grapple hook mechanic in the game, and how that attributed to the environment design. So, obviously all the environments were built with these tools in mind, which is a bit of a departure from the Halo, the Halo formula, but at the same time, okay, it does have to evolve. So, honestly, I can't judge it until I've really played it for myself in that regard. Like with the how's it feel to use the grapple hook and with clambering in the game again, because Halo 5 introduced clambering and that wasn't great.
Yeah.
Because it did mean that they made everything bigger, like all the maps bigger to accommodate it. And the reason a lot of people hate sprint in Halo is because you were always sprinting with your weapon ready. So you were always running, and you always had your gun out at any given time. But now with clamber and sprint now mean you go into an animation where your gun's not at the ready. So it makes you vulnerable. But if you guys don't have anything to add, we'll move on to the Halo TV series news. So, Halo TV series is moved from Showtime to Paramount Plus. Halo's long road to the small screen has taken one final turn. Showtime's anticipated series, based on the hugely popular Xbox video game franchise, will migrate to Paramount Plus and be available exclusively on Viacom CBS's streamer. The announcement will be made during the Viacom CBS streaming event this afternoon. Produced by Showtime in partnership with 343 Industries and Amblin Television. The series is in production in Budapest and will premiere on Paramount Plus in Q1 of 2022. So, probably around this time next year, March or April or something. Halo reinvented how people think about video games and has grown into a global entertainment phenomenon, having sold more than 81 million copies worldwide. In the television series adaptation starring Pablo Schreiber as the Master Chief, Halo will take place in the universe that first came out in 2001, dramatizing the epic 26th century conflict between humanity and an alien threat known as the Covenant. The show, we already know this. The show's not going to be canon. It's already kind of broken canon just from what we know so far. Not let alone the whole recasting Captain Keyes, from race swapping him from white to black, as well as making his daughter Miranda Keyes from a naval commander to a doctor who's an expert on the Covenant.
Yep.
Like a scientist doctor. And then you have that that little girl that was raised by the Covenant, which makes no sense because the Covenant are out to just kill all of humanity. They wouldn't capture or find a human child and raise it.
Like they wouldn't give a fuck about your human kid there. Your like, oh well, the Covenant aren't really that bad when you get down to it. I mean, kind of, sort of, but that's kind of their whole story. But at the same point, while they are still acting as the Covenant under the leadership of the Prophets, they don't give a fuck who you are. They don't give a fuck.
No, there's a reason they glass the
if you're male or
planets.
female. And honestly, to me, it just smacks of usual.
See, the Covenant
bullshit.
are progressive. They hate all of humanity. They're not just specific parts.
Yeah, they hate everyone equally.
Exactly.
Literally.
And look, that's why they glass the planets, though. The plasma bombardment.
Well, yeah,
that's because they're literally cleansing the planet of humanity. That's how they view it, or how they viewed it. Because we eventually did win out, and the Covenant are dead. And
possibly go from.
But the article continues here. By the way, 81 million copies worldwide. I'm sure a lot of you watching probably are already aware. But just for those who don't, whenever they say this, and this is just the case with anything, this is usually like how many copies were sold to the retailers. That doesn't mean that the copies were actually sold from, that's just how many copies went to the retail stores. Although in Halo's case, it's probably like all 81 million copies were probably sold. Plus, I don't know if they're taking into account digital sales or not. But anyways, moving on. It delivers a visceral excitement of playing the game along with a much deeper emotional experience around the Spartans, human beings who got their humanity chemically and genetically altered. So, pretty much. And here's another thing I don't like about 343's direction with Spartans specifically in the Halo universe. The Spartans are pretty much they're super soldiers. They're augmented super soldiers. No matter what class, what generation of Spartan, they're all still better than a human being. Spartan 4s at least.
Well, to be fair, I'd put probably the Spartan 3s, at least when they were first initially put out there, I'd put the Spartan 3s under the level of like an ODST, just because the Spartan 3s had very minimal augments. They were given very minimal armor, just because again they were
but they were still trained by this. They were literally trained by the same guy that trained the Spartan 2s and
sure, but they only had a couple years of training. Their training was pretty decent, but they were still being trained essentially to die.
But they didn't have enough combat experience compared to the 2s, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they
or the 4s for that matter, because the 4s were
and they were calculated on
ex-military.
the first flight to have 90% casualties.
Yeah,
so
the first class of ODSTs, for instance, Carter from Noble Reach, he is part of that first class, the Alpha Company of Spartan 3s, which is why all the Spartan 3s have, unlike the 2s,
really?
they have
I thought
either
the
an A.
3s were all
Carter was one of the surviving 2 Alpha Company members.
Did he become an ODST later, or
no? Carter died on Reach. Carter A320 or something. No, that's Cat's B320. Carter A2 something rather. I don't know what the number is.
I didn't think that the Spartan 3s drew from any other military brand.
No, they didn't. That was the Spartan Force. They didn't. No, the,
Okay,
the Spartan threes were
nuts?
only orphaned. They were
Yeah, that's what
anywhere
I was going
from
like,
6
what?
to 8-year-old orphans that were essentially recruited.
No, I thought they were going for the young teenage orphans, not 6 to 8.
I think it was. I think they went for. They weren't. They may have not been 6. I know it was younger. It wasn't.
Oh
as
yeah,
young.
they were still kids. They were still
kids, but
should
it
not
wasn't
even
as
be
young
pressed in
as
the
the
military
Spartan 2
service.
program. It wasn't
They
as young.
trained them up for a couple years, then just threw them at objectives in human waves. We're like, hooray! 90% of them died, but they completed the objective.
Well, that's the thing.
Cool.
They were
And then
sent
if they
on
survived-
important yet suicidal missions that they weren't expected to come back. They were essentially because of the success of the Spartan 2s in the Human Covenant War. However, there were a very small amount of them, at least active service.
It was disgusting. Realistically.
So they decided, okay, let's make Spartan 3s. They're essentially cheap knockoffs of the Spartan 2s, except this way you have an army of them, and this way you can use them as essentially they were used as disposable cannon fodder for a lot of important missions, but still they were sent on suicidal missions that they never, a lot of them didn't return from. They did have the Headhunter program with some of the Spartan 2s that did survive some of those missions, which then they would be sent on like extremely high risk and high value missions that in just groups of 2, and they were given upgraded armor and all that. But like it was essentially, it was still, it wasn't Mjolnir type armor, but it was armor that at least had energy shielding in some cases. But yeah, and then the Spartan 4s are the post-war Spartans that were ODSTs and Marines that were, and naval officers that were then made into Spartans, like Buck and the entirety of Alpha 9, except for Rookie, because they killed him off in a fucking book.
Oh yeah, fuck you.
But all of Alpha 9 became Spartans now. They're now Spartan 4s, which are not on par with even the 3s without the suit. But they do have they're on par with 3s without the suit. But again, there's both the 3s and the 4s are still nowhere near as good as the 2s without a suit. Like I'm talking all of them without a suit. And you see that in Halo Reach even, like George without a helmet on, so therefore the armor is not operating as full capacity. But it is still operating, obviously. George without a helmet is able to lift Noble 6, Spartan 3 in full Mjolnir powered assault armor, which is like 2 tons of armor. He's able to lift him with one hand. And
well, I mean, bear in mind though, like having the helmet up isn't going to go and suddenly turn off all the servo motors to the rest.
It supposedly, according to some lore, it does, but yeah, But even still, even if with or without the case, he's able to lift another Spartan with one hand. I mean, these guys are like, when you're in the game and like your tank's upside down and you press X to flip it, like in lore they're able to do that. That's what I liked about the Halo Legends The Babysitter, is that it was a very lore accurate little short. You had that Spartan 2 just chucking an ODST drop pod. But anyway, I don't even remember where I was. I was just randomly scrolling. But yeah, they're talking about how, and back to what I was saying with 343, they're trying to humanize the Spartans, and like Halo Reach did that. Halo Legends did it with some of the shorts, but overall, that's not really what I want when I'm watching the Spartans in action. Like that's what I mean, like humanize them. Okay, well, they're supposed to be like those. Like, they're supposed to be the silent superhero.
Well, I mean, it's okay to go and humanize them to an extent, but the writers, and my worry is that the writers are going to give an absolute no shits about the actual lore of it. If you want to humanize them, fine. However, humanize them from the perspective of who these characters are. Because you have to remember that these are people who were taken from the age of 6. So essentially, before most of them would, again, by the time they're in their 20s here, or for Chief, in their
By
40s now.
by 2026, Chief was 14, and he was already that's when they were, I think, first augmented and given the armor, because that was 2025 was during the war, right? The start of the war.
Yeah. So it's
at that point, he was already augmented and in the armor, and you wouldn't have been able to tell that he was 14 because he was already 2 feet tall, a foot or two taller than a Marine in the armor at that point.
So, but it's like these kids were taken from the age of 6, and then pretty much until whatever point they're telling the story at. So we're probably saying Chief's probably going to be in his 30s or so.
I think they said earlier
from the age of 6, all they've known is the military. All they've known is either training for war or war first against the insurrectionists, which were human colonies who did not want to be under the rule of the UNSC, and then the Covenant War. That's literally
the thing. It's
the
tagline
young
for
kids. All they've known is this. So it's like you have to approach, if you want to humanize them, fine, but it has to be done from this perspective, understanding that these are, it's like if you go and suddenly have it's like the female Spartan suddenly swooning over the male Spartans or something. It's like that's not going to happen.
No.
Among other things too, it says like the augments severely suppressed
they don't have a sex drive anymore. They don't.
So it's like
they're pretty much automatons. They're fighting automatons in human form.
Well, I mean, they're still human when you get to it, but it's like they're extremely focused just on whatever the mission at hand is, and then preparing for the next mission, and then the next mission.
Halo 4 did a good job of how they humanize. And here's the thing: Halo 4 did it with humanizing Master Chief in that game, right? Because the whole thing was about Cortana's dying, and he's kind of having to come to terms with that. Which again, it's like, and that's fine, to do it in one game, but again, it's like now that seems to be their new thing, across the books and across the games, and now with the TV show, 343 is very hard set on just humanizing the Spartans, and that's fine. But again, these Spartans are, they're action heroes. You can only humanize them to an extent. That they have. The typical.
If you wanted, and I think too, especially with the TV series, I think they're going about it completely the wrong way and focusing on the Spartans. I think it would have been much better to focus on the ODSTs. Because you have essentially at this point, they are, for all intents and purposes, your special forces outside of these.
They are, and also they're human, so you don't have to humanize them. They're already human, so what you have to focus them on.
Their love life, they're talking about their kids or their wife.
Exactly, you can have say you have the show's following. Say the show's following a group of 5 ODST, or a group of 4, right? You got 4 ODSTs. Let's call them.
Give them a whole squad. Give them 8 or 10 or whatever.
Right, but let's say it's
it's a TV
5. Let's say
show,
5,
so
right?
You can go a bit more in depth
think
on some
Star
of these
Trek
guys.
Bridge Crew type of numbers. So say it's 5, right? Except it's a squad, like ODST, like the game. You got 5 ODSTs. One of them's got one of them's married, and the wife is back on Earth or something with a kid, and and you make them human. You make them something that you make them empathetical, so that you can actually empathize with them and be and care about them, and hope that they survive the ordeal. That's the whole point. They're the humans. You're seeing the show through their eyes, or you're with them through the for the event. Whereas with Spartans, you get that with the game, with the Spartans already. Your Master Chief in Halo 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. You're with the Spartan, you're the powerful, the mean green fighting machine, literally, in a sense. You're. Yeah, I don't know. It's not impossible. It's just. I'm just kind of sick of the whole let's humanize the Spartan thing.
Well, because so often too, it's let's humanize them by completely rewriting their personality, rewriting who they are, to the point where the only thing they are at this point is a caricature of the character We've gone and just inserted our own person into their skin, so to speak, and expect you to believe. It'd be like how Captain Keys now is now a black guy, and it's like if they start having him act all like bravado and swaggerish and stuff, and it's like that's not who Captain Keys was. That's not the same character. The only thing you've kept is their name, and not even in this case their appearance anymore. And you expect us to just go and be like, oh yeah, that's the same person somehow. Like no, that's you can't expect to just change characters like that and have people just go okay. Like come on.
Yeah, like here, this show.
At least assuming you want actual fans to be watching this.
Yeah, and this I do. Because this Legends actually humanizes a Spartan to Daisy 023, I think. But in this short, it's essentially got this, because a lot of, keep in mind, not all of them, but a lot of the Spartan 2s, for instance, I know, at least in the original books, like the Fall of Reach and anything, like Chief and Blue Team, Fred, Linda, Kelly, like they're glad that they're Spartans, They're with the mentality like, how can you regret the only life you've ever known type thing. Like they love the fact that they're Spartans. They wouldn't have it any other way.
Whereas well, I mean, it's like especially too, because not only too, because they with the insurrectionists, I was kind of like, okay, whatever. But once the Covenant threat came up,
that's the thing is Shadows of Reach doubles down on
you that can really push the actual tide. Like you throw, even one Spartan, if not a squad of them, at any kind of a problem other than pretty much like orbital bombardment.
I think
they're going to go and turn the entire tide of it.
I think in Halo First Strike, right? That was the book that took place post Halo CE, but prior to Halo 2. They had Chief and Blue Team really kill 1 million Covenant.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
3 or 4 Spartans, because I don't remember if it was. Yeah, it wasn't full. It wasn't full Blue Team. It was just Chief, the expendable Blue Team member, because there's always an expendable Blue Team member.
Of course.
And was it, I think, Kelly or Fred, one of them? And it's like they just plow through an entire Covenant army. Like this is the thing. Like a Spartan is essentially, you got heavy armor. You got heavy armor like a tank, and then you got a Spartan. It's like they're the wild card. They're the ace card that you hide up your sleeve, because it can change. And that's the whole point of the games. It's like you're the thing that's essentially you're saving the galaxy. You're saving the universe in the original Halo trilogy. So here in this short, it's following one of the rebellious Spartan 2s who ran away from the program, but then came back, and like at the end, she was glad that she became Spartan. But it's like a lot of the Spartan 2s aren't exactly happy that they're Spartans, but at the same time, they're reluctantly just doing what they do best, and that is being a Spartan. But this one actually, I think, fell in combat. I don't remember when specifically, but it's like then you have a Chief show up here, and it kind of reminds you like he's probably, because again, a lot of Spartan 2s died during the Human Covenant War. There's I think like 20, like 10, not less than 10 left or something. It's like there's a lot, and you kind of like, well, that's what I loved about this scene. Like you're humanizing them in a way that Chief has probably had to do this to a lot of his fellow Spartans, his brothers and sisters, because keep in mind, all the Spartans are essentially a family, and he's probably had to bury a lot of them, and that's how you humanize them, not through what I assume is going to be crappy writing with this show, just based on what we've already heard of it. Here, there's no words.
You mean they aren't going to make a love triangle between Chief, Linda, and Kelly?
Well, they're not even having them named Linda and Kelly. They're just like, they're knockoff Blue Team. They don't have the same numbers, and they're not the same names.
Like I said, at least now bearing in mind what I'm guessing, and this is just a guess, I'm guessing they're making it not for Halo fans at all, but just they're making it so it can be generic sci-fi film number 67. And so, we can't have this character. We need to change this character. We need to change this over here. We need to yada yada whatever to fit their generic mold of generic sci-fi film number 67. it's not going to be for Halo fans. It's not going to be about Halo. It's going to be to fill whatever checkboxes, whatever formula they've got. And if you don't like it, oh well, then it's probably going to be because of sexism or something stupid.
Right,
Or
you don't
whatever
like it because you're
fuck.
racist because you didn't like Black Captain Keys, blah blah blah. It's like,
So it can't be that our writing is utterly shit and formula
and
based,
this is
and
why
that
this is
we
my
can't write to
favorite
save our
Halo
lives.
Legends.
It can't be that.
No.
No.
Yeah, this is why this is my favorite Halo Legends. Like, they got the scaling right, they got the abilities right.
Oh yeah.
It's not bad to look at, like it's anime, but it's good. I thought it was
sure,
good anime, right? Like it's like oh he's having trouble, right? No, just yeets that thing. And this is in the first the first iteration of the Spartan armor. Like again, this was an armor originally. The armor wasn't originally intended for them, but like it was meant as was it the Mark 1 through 3 were pretty much mech suits, and then they tried to scale it down, and Spartans were pretty much the only people capable of even using them. So then Mjolnir just became the default platform for the Spartans. But yeah, like I'd rather follow a squad of ODSTs like this little short does. You have the Spartan there, but they're seeing it from we're seeing this mainly from the ODST's perspective.
Well, I mean, again, this is just my personal opinion, but from a squad of ODSTs, it gives them so much more options because
Yeah.
there's how many dozens, if not hundreds, of ODST squads out there, if not thousands, maybe even. So it's like it doesn't. You can write any story you could possibly think of, and and it's just like, hey, yeah, that's just one of the squad, one of the dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of ODST squads during the Covenant Wars or whenever it is, if it's before or after the
I think
Covenant
it's like
War, whatever.
I'd probably guess somewhere between like 2030s to 2040s.
Yeah.
25.
You
sorry, the
can pretty
20,
much
25,
write
30s,
whatever
25,
you want.
40s. So
With
that's
the Spartans.
early to mid Covenant War.
Yeah, but it's like, and as it is, of course, they've already shown they don't care about canon. But it's like you could go and make it about a
Oh, they
squad of
don't. Like I've had
ODSTs.
chats with the guys like Master Z about the show too, and they're kind of like, yeah, like and everyone, like a lot of the Halo fans I've talked to, they're all just like, yeah, we're all just expecting it to be crap because it's not. First of all, it's not even like it doesn't have to be canon in order to be good, but at the same time, it's kind of like that's all for an advertising perspective. That's not great because it's kind of like why would I watch this show then? It doesn't add anything to the universe, right?
Well, and it shows that like I was saying, it's not going to be made, and this is just my thoughts on it. It's not going to be made for Halo fans. It's being made to be generic sci-fi film number 67 for the
Right,
masses
it's
of the
literally
community.
the way they I think they talk about it, not here, but the original thing was that it's pretty much its showtimes are now Paramount Plus's answer to Game of Thrones, like a sci-fi Game of Thrones type of thing. Like not specific, not literally, but in terms of budget and popularity, that's what they're going for.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's literally just that they spent the big bucks to go and get the Halo name. And because that has been, I mean, since I was a kid, I'm almost 30 now. I can remember as a kid being like, "Oh, Halo 1.
Yeah,
Ooh, everyone's talking about
I
this.
remember I
Everyone's
was a
saying
kid
it's
too
the
when
game
Halo
to
1
play."
came out. I was a kid,
Yeah.
because I didn't have an Xbox One, I had to go over to my friend's house to play it, which I would literally use a walking distance, so I'd do it all the freaking time because I loved playing. Like we'd always play together, or his neighbor would come over and we'd do LAN parties. That was but it was just so much fun.
So with all that, I'm thinking that they've only just done it really to get the Halo name, the Halo franchise, get that free publicity, good or bad. I mean, we're giving them free publicity right now. But just to get that free publicity going, and then once they've got that, now that they've got that secured, I don't give a fuck about Halo. It's like, okay, sure, they'll use some of the props maybe,
It
and
is
beyond that, they don't give a fuck.
It
You know,
is
they don't give a
9
fuck if it
episodes.
doesn't meet canon, or if, you know, so there's somebody saying that Spartans are actually being made by dark magic created by Zool the Undying, whatever the fuck. You know, they don't give a fuck. It just gives them their foot in the door to now just write whatever garbage they want to peddle,
There
and
is no
then,
data
you know,
on these
jump on the overall bandwagon of sci-fi. And that's it.
Sorry, I had to.
That's what I'm expecting with it. Maybe
Yeah,
that won't
no,
be the case.
and you're right.
But,
Sorry for doing the whole "there is no data only Zool" thing there.
Yeah.
I had to. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I mean, it does look like it is, but I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt just because we haven't seen anything yet. But also, if it's supposed to come out next year, at least show some stills or something. And that's another thing too. And this is another thing too that I don't like is with animation, you can do Spartans and all that because again, it's animated. You know, you can. It's the animator that has to like get the Spartan height right and all that and everything. But with a TV show, you know, realistically, you're not going to come across an actor that's 8 feet tall. Now, yeah, you can do like CGI or something, like digitally make them bigger in post, or you know,
everything CGI,
or give them stills, right? Like what's face, not stills,
I mean, you could do
right?
first
like
perspective as well.
Have them wear,
I
guess, heels for lack of a better term, right? You know, like so they look taller.
Yeah.
But
they could do first perspectives like you did in like the Lord of the Rings movies for the Hobbits and stuff. But
yeah.
I highly doubt they'll decide to do anything like that. So I don't expect them to do anything to actually make it decent. I expect them to just go and work at it being, you know, and again, not to say they won't necessarily do good stuff, but it won't be good Halo stuff.
Well, if it
It'll
is,
be
again, it's during the
good generic
Covenant.
action movie, sci-fi.
It's during the Human
numbers,
Covenant War, which means odds are the Covenant themselves are going to be CGI, and that's going to be a lot of the budget.
Yep.
If they want to make this decent looking to actually get people to watch it, that means no like hiding the Covenant in shadows like 343 did with their live action stuff in the past, like with Forward Unto Dawn, which I'm not going to show because last time I did that, YouTube gave us a copyright claim that won't allow the video to be visible. But in that, like, what you don't see, you see an elite, I think, and that's it. You don't see any other Covenant. The Covenant you do see, well, you see Hunters at the end. But again, it's all in dark lighting so that they don't have to spend a lot of budget on CGI because a lot of the budget they spend on CGI are the particle effects for certain things like, you know, the Needler and this and that. And honestly, I don't think a lot of budget really went into it in the first place, given that they reused a lot of props from previous Bungie live-action stuff, like Landfall, which is definitely the best live-action Halo content that we've gotten
ever,
and it's canon.
Oh yeah. Well, honestly, just like I said before in our other ones, like just give us Landfall, that level of detail, of immersiveness to it. Have us follow around a squad of ODSTs and like some regular soldiers and the hijinks they're getting up into. Give us that, and I always tell you that. That'd be if you actually want the Halo community and the Halo fans to be on board and be excited about it. Give us something like that, we'll be fucking ecstatic.
Yeah, and again, that's the thing is like, I mean, yeah, I'm sure like you'll get a few average Joes to watch this show, but I mean, when you're making a show based on a different, you know, based on a cartoon or a comic book or a video game, whatever, like you're making a Spider-Man movie or making a Transformers movie or something, for the most part, it's not the casual audience that you're trying to drag in when you're making that movie. Like, just the action of making that movie, you're dragging in the audience that liked that thing when it was a comic book and now they want to see it on a big screen. Like Batman or Superman, you know? I mean, Superman, actually, I can say it kind of works with everyone because it's Superman. But with everything else, I mean... That being said, not, you know, the Halo community does range from, you know, people that hardcore lore nerds like us to, you know, just the casual player who played like maybe one of the games. But at the same time,
and they're like, oh, I kind of remember that. Yeah, it'd be cool to see a movie about it, I guess. No, or a TV show, or whatever.
But yeah, again, Captain Keyes being race swapped, and Miranda Keyes being race swapped. It's turned a lot of people off already. I know some people that straight up won't watch it because it's not canon and therefore has nothing to add to the universe. It's kind of like, why watch it then? It's like reading a fan fiction. Why read the fan fiction if it's not good?
Bad fan fiction at that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I expect it to be as canon as this, which is funny. And we're gonna watch this because it's only 6 minutes and it's hilarious. But this is an abridged version of a Halo Legends short, which was made by the same guys.
Let's just jump through it a little bit. Let's not have it more. We can include the link if they want to watch the whole thing, but we don't need to show the whole thing. Just show like a couple highlights, like 2 or 3 little like 10-second scenes.
Yeah, but it's pretty much
the night before Christmas that we begin our scene on the Master Chief and Cortana.
And it's canon.
Oh boy!
No, this isn't canon.
They're returning from some mission.
Not everything in Halo Legends is canon.
One a noble warrior and the other blue. But this is not their story. Oh, no, I say. This is about 1337 and the year he saved Christmas Day.
Yeah, there's not that many Spartans. Maybe now with the Spartan 4 program, but...
We open on our hero doing what he does best, plummeting from the sky.
What, there was only like 300, 200 Spartan 2s?
Most likely to his death.
No, of the ones who actually graduated.
No, like the original candidates I'm talking.
Well, I mean, candidates, sure, we're talking maybe 200.
Right, exactly. That's my point.
If you really want to push it, but like the ones who actually like got the Spartan armor and became what we think of.
Right, yeah,
Spartans,
there was only like 37 or something like
100.
that. Yeah, it wasn't. I think the number's like 37, like that. Oh,
Yeah,
out of 200.
It's ridiculous. It might have been a bit higher, but especially in the early days of the Covenant War, a lot of them got fucking plasma blasted.
Yeah, because the armor, as good as Spartan armor was, it wasn't rated for plasma weapons.
Well, they didn't know what they were dealing with yet.
Well, I mean, no. The first ever Spartan casualty, Sam 034, he got hit in the chest with a plasma pistol, and it didn't, like, he's unarmed. He's unharmed, but it ruptured the seal.
Was he unarmed? Yeah, no.
He was unharmed, but it ruptured the seal in his suit. He was
hurt, but it was livable. It was livable.
No, he was fine. It's just the suit the suit was ruptured, so there was no seal anymore. He wasn't space worthy.
Space, and it's just like,
so he couldn't leave the ship. So that's why he stayed behind to make sure that the bomb went off, and he really went out with a bang, fighting like Covenant on either side of him.
For me. Yes. Go, you beautiful animal. Go destroy Christmas. Soon it will be done with this holiday business. Crap. I can't get a signal through. I guess that means I'm celebrating Christmas alone, too. You're alone on Christmas? That's so sad. Maybe it's not all that bad. You can stay with my brothers and me. You'll get your own caveman costume, and at midnight we play Yahtzee. Caveman costumes? Yahtzee at midnight? Yeah, and in the morning we have our annual cockfight. No, you're doing it wrong. Where's all the presents and the lights? And I haven't heard a single Christmas song. You put lights up on Christmas? Is that a joke? And doesn't all that singing damage your throat? These savages have all gone crazy. I'll have to put them all down. You do realize you're...
I mean, as bad as this is, it is hilarious.
You're talking out loud. 1337? You're the worst. What? No! What was that? It fell from the sky. Was it a bird? A plane? Oh my god, it's the Swoop-da-Whoop guy! Christmas is nigh. It is time for me. And who are you exactly? I am Pluton. Christmas is bang. Just when I thought this special couldn't get any more insane. Insane is my middle name.
Yeah, this is pretty much as canon I expect the show to be. I mean, this is made by the Dragon Ball Z guys, so go figure. Well, not the abridged version. it's just what we're watching. But I mean, even just I've watched the original once. Once was enough. I know a lot of people love this short. I'm not. I love the art, but I'm not a fan of the actual story. It's not great.
So, if I had one gripe, I never got to say Merry Christmas to all, and and to all a good night.
No, at least he didn't drop his assault rifle. Yeah, I don't. This show looks horrible. I mean, look, I'll give it a chance. I'll watch it, review it on the channel, but I'm not expecting it to be good. Hopefully it surprises me. I mean, I didn't expect the Superman show to be good, the CW one, and I thought it was going to be horrible and woke and whatever, right? Political nonsense and garbage like that, but it actually was decent.
Yeah. Oh, never know.
But anyway,
but...
Halo, which filmed... so back to the article here, so was it Steven Spielberg, Daryl Frank, Justin Falvey, executive produced for Amblin Television alongside Stephen King, director Otto Bathurst, and so we covered this last week. About like people that joined and left the show that are running the show. Halo, which has filmed 55% to 60% of its first season when the coronavirus pandemic shut down all production last March, had been floated for months as a possibility for Paramount Plus at the Viacom CBS Content Council and in conversations between Nevins and Viacom CBS president and CEO Bob Bakish. Paramount Plus via Viacom CBS streaming event deadlines complete coverage. Okay, there's a link to that article. We were on the hunt for signature shows beyond the Star Trek franchise on CBS All Access because it's failing due to the shit Star Trek shows on CBS All Asses. Or just All Ass, I've heard it be called. Red Letter Media does great reviews of those shows because they're good. I've watched their Star Trek stuff where they cover the good Star Trek shows as well as the bad. And being a Star Trek fan myself, I see why they hate the new stuff. Thankfully, I haven't watched it. I've only watched the J.J. Abrams movies that got Abram-boozled.
Yep. That being said, I still think where those movies ended, they could have done a TV series from there. Maybe they're just going to get all the actors to just sign on for it or something. Who knows? But
I know What's-Face has done TV show work in the past. Chris Pine. He was on this comedy that I saw a few years ago called the Angie Tribeca Show or something like that. He played a Hannibal Lecter type character. But it was a comedy, so it was like it's like a kind of spoof on cop show type thing. Think Police Squad, but not only 6 episodes long. By the way, that wasn't because the show was bad. That was just because they couldn't keep up that type of thing for a whole season.
Yeah.
It's hard to do that kind of comedy, like in an episodic form. That's why they stuck to movies, the Zucker brothers.
Well, once we're done with Star Trek, though, I do want to jump back into Star Citizen. Just a couple other things I want to hit on that.
I'll just brush through this article, but yeah, they're talking about how they finished. Late last fall, the top executives got to see first finished footage from Halo, which put the idea to move it to Paramount Plus. So pretty much, the show is now going to be on Paramount Plus, and it's coming out in Q1 of 2022. And obviously, we've expressed our feelings of the show from what we've seen so far. But anyway, they talk about how Showtime's creative partners on the series, because originally it was going to be on Showtime, but now it's being moved to Paramount Plus and Viacom CBS. So it's probably going to be on CBS All Access if anyone for some reason has that. I know some people do because they review some of those Star Trek crap shows like this STD. For God's sake, why did they call it that, right? Seriously, every Star Trek show has been put into acronym form. TOS, TNG, VOI, ENT for Enterprise, I think DS9 for Deep Space Nine. They didn't see that coming.
Again, creative directors who have no idea what they're doing, have no
Well,
idea
it's
what
also
they're
this
making.
Discovery and Picard were both written by Alex Kurtzman. You know, the guy that wrote the first two Transformers movies.
Yeah, it shows.
And the first two Star Trek movies, the reboot ones with J.J. Abrams. This dude is just weird and clearly can't write. His best work is The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I know because I've seen a lot of the stuff he's done, unfortunately, and that's the best thing. Not saying much. And it's the best thing only because it's the only fixable thing he's done. Like, you can actually edit that film and it could have worked. Sort of. It would have been a little bit better. It would have been decent instead of crap.
Alright, Star Citizen?
Yeah, let's go back to Star Citizen.
Okay, so just a couple of things I unfortunately forgot about these earlier here when we were covering it. So one aspect of it, so we recently had one of the videos they put out was showing off the new turrets, which they're saying so these are essentially so not vehicle mounted turrets, so like say what the Cutlass has or the Cyclone, uh, but these are going to be stationary turrets in place just at random places. So whether it would be on like a entrance to a facility, like you have it on the ground, whether it's to go and protect like bunkers or vehicles, a vehicle depot. But they were showing off all kinds of places, including even on like trolleys, like wheel trolleys, and it showed even like players, like one person running around with a trolley, and there was a mounted gun on the trolley itself. So it seems like they can be put in pretty much all kinds of places. It's unknown if we, the players, will be able to put them anywhere we want. Like if we can go and like pack them up, take them to, let's say, like your buddy's going and hacking his crime set, and so you have one person go and put a turret over in one of the doors to go and protect your friend while he's coming if anyone tries to go, or if you could put a bunch of them in like the doors of your Cutlass Black, like people want door guns for that forever. Or like in the doors of your Caterpillar, you open up the modular bay doors, and you have like 3 or 4 turret gunners in each of them, just mowing shit down in a broadside. Um, that'd be great if they allow that. We don't know at this point. Um, and then, like I also know too, they're gonna have trolleys soon to actually move cargo around, and these will be used eventually to actually be moving cargo like in and out of ships or from across stations, that kind of stuff. But that kind of brings me into the next point, which is that there was a talk on Friday. One of the videos there, I believe, was calling out devs, where they talked about what are the next stages for the inventory system. Because right now, what we have, for the most part, everything is in this global inventory to where, if you buy a gun, you buy an armor, you go and buy some magazines for your guns, you buy some med pens, you buy some grenades, you buy some ship weapons, you buy some ship components, etc. It just goes to this magic bag of holding, and then when you equip it onto your person, okay, now you have you have some magazines on your person. You can hold them there, you can use them there, you can reload your weapon with them, but that's kind of it. And then the only things we really had more than that was that we had for consumables, so that'd be things like food and drink or hand minables. Those would go into your actual personal inventory, to which is your chest armor, your leg armor, and if you had a backpack or not, going in there. The next stages of this inventory system are what they were really talking about, and so the idea long term, end goal is physical inventory. So that means everything is completely physicalized in the world. If I want a gun, I have to pull it off of a weapon rack, or pull it from like whatever storage crate I have it in. If I need to drink some water, I need to be pulling that again out of a crate. If I want to store cargo, I need to actually put it somewhere. If I want to store armor or weapons on a ship, I have to actually put them somewhere in that ship. That's the end goal state. What their kind of in between state is to get from here to there is what they're calling local inventories. And so what this really is so right now, like I said, when you open up your inventory, you can only really put in there food, drink, or hand minables. What will happen once they have this local inventory system in place? Let's say if I'm on my ship, let's say a Mercury Star Runner, I open up my personal inventory, I hit I, and it's going to show me, okay, here's your personal inventory, and I'll have everything. So like armor, weapons, grenades, consumables, anything that's on me is going to be shown there. But I'll also be able to see the ship's inventory as well. So this would be like lockers that it has, its cargo grid, any other little cubbies or anything like that. I can see all of that. And I would be able to go and move items from my own personal storage. Let's say if I was holding, let's say I just cleared an 890 jump, one of the missions there, and I'm holding 3 or 4 rifles in my backpack. I can go and move those from that external backpack inventory into the ship's inventory. And then when I go and land my ship down in a hangar somewhere, I could then go and move those rifles into the hangar. Because again, when you buy a ship with real money, all ships, big or small, whatever they are, starter ship, capital ship, whatever, they all come with a hangar. And in that hangar, you will be able to store stuff. So I could then move those guns from the ship because the ship could get destroyed, it could get lost, some other shit could happen to it. Who knows? So I don't want to necessarily store all of my stuff on the ship, take it all with me. I go and I can put it in my hangar, and from the hangar, like no one will be able to go and like steal anything from there. It's safe, it's secure. So I can then go and move stuff from there into the hangar, and then from that same menu, because again it's all tab based, I can move stuff from my hangar to like my person. Oh, I've got this one really good weapon I would came back for. I can re-equip that, or I can move stuff over to my habitat module that'll have some storage as well. We'll be able to just kind of move things around in or out as we want. And then later on, once they have the physicalized part of that, that will be the same backend system that the physicalized inventory uses. Now it'll have like animations in certain bespoke areas you'll be interacting with your different inventories to access them or move items around with them. That all being said, so the last thing I wanted to talk about, Merc, if you want to go and pull up the roadmap on the release view, which I'll drop a link real quick in our chat here. I actually just noticed today when I was looking through. So with the roadmap, the release view is pretty much the same general view as we used to get before. Uh, for like in terms of, hey, here's the card for each item, and we think we're going to go and try to get all these in, but some stuff might slip. We don't know.
Loaded. There you
One
go.
of the changes they've done is that now they actually note when an item is either if it's just planned, like okay, we think we'll get it here, but we don't know, it's marked as tentative. Once an item is actually like, okay, we know we're going to hit this, we're just in like the polishing phase or the last couple of phases, or we're completely done with it, it gets marked as committed. So that's like, okay, we're 99% sure this is going to be launching with this patch here. So for 313, we've actually gotten several new items that are moved in a committed state here. So I just wanted to kind of hit on those. So this is what we can expect with the 313 patch, which is presumably going to be hitting Q1, so end of March here, so just next month. Because before, at least last time when I had checked it, the only thing that had been committed was the non-commercial overlays in the refinery station, just adding some like new kind of ads and advertisements and UI elements to some of those just kind of visual updates for the refineries. But what's now showing as committed for again 313 is we've got new asteroid types. So these are going to be new and improved um, asteroids and asteroid spawning in the Stanton system here, so that asteroids are going to have kind of new logic to them. It's not going to be kind of the same spawns in the same locations, the same logic, and different asteroids coming in too. So there's going to be a lot more variety to them. So for any miners here, it's probably going to be pretty nice. The cave updates, so for entrances that you can drive in and fly into for the caves and planets, that's been committed out too. So we can expect that come 313 here, you'll be able to start driving your Gray Cat Rock into caves looking for some pretty nice loot down there. Or flying your ships in and seeing just how far you can get before you get up, end up completely fucking lost, turned around, and have to self-destruct to get your ship back. The UI reputation aspect will be in. So this is going to be allowing you a menu where you can actually check your reputation standing with various different NPCs, various different factions, and then like what you'll need to do or how far you have to get before you might get to another rank with that reputation where you will start getting better or worse treatment.
Think like an RPG reputation system.
Yeah.
Now to be perfectly blunt too,
likes you more,
it's going to have a more
discounts
in-depth
or better
reputation system
opportunities.
than probably both the Outer Worlds and most certainly Cyberpunk, considering how Cyberpunk doesn't have one.
Yep.
And
then
that's
we've got
part of the
mining.
role-playing aspect of Star Citizen, because it does have, it's not a dedicated RPG, but it does have RPG elements like dialogue choices with some of the mission givers and the reputation system, most importantly.
Yep. So then we've got mining subcomponents. So this is going to be the first implementation of what's called subcomponents. And so what these are is these are going to be items that get added to another component. So whether it's tool, whether it's going to be things like your shield generator, your power plant, your weapons, these are essentially bolt-on items or items that would kind of plug into the main item that go and affect their efficiency or how well they run, give it different buffs or debuffs. Now, specific what they're saying for this implementation of it, they're saying mining subcomponents will allow players to customize their lasers to specific jobs and encounters. For example, some will make mining easier, some will make it faster, and some will have great stat boosts at the cost of serious trade-offs elsewhere. So again, this is not more mining lasers, because the mining lasers already have some of that, but these are allowing you to more go and fine-tune that specific laser itself for whatever jobs you think you might be going for. So there might be some more just general generic buffs, or there could be ones where, hey, I think I'm just going for Quantanium. That's all I'm going for. So you're having it set just for that, and then if you try to mine other stuff, it might not do too well with it, or might be less efficient. Then we've got shield effects version 2. So with this, these are the improvements in use of particles with sign distance field to allow shields to more closely conform to the shape of vehicles, allowing better visibility at distance, creating clearer visual cues that the ship has been damaged, and its overall health. So long story short, these are the very long-awaited shield improvements and updates that we've been waiting for, and also too should, fingers crossed, include patches to the long-term issue of shield holes. So that was what was allowing the Constellation to have its engines shot off with a couple hits, and then you're just fucked, or the Cutlass to have its cockpit shot directly immediately because, hey, you have no front shields actually. Fuck. So it should go and wipe away all those issues because this is completely new underlying shield code. And as a bonus effect, you're going to notice that instead of shields being just a bubble that surround the ship, it's actually going to conform much more like skin tight, so to speak, to the ship. And then
it's
also
going to be
too,
more. It's not going to be like Star Trek, where the shields are usually like a bubble, or at least visually.
Yeah, it's going to actually
bubble
cover like the ship as like a second skin.
Yeah, it's going to be hugging the surface of the ship. And when you lose a wing, it's going to close up and hug that surface, like reshape to match.
Yep. If you lose parts, it'll automatically be able to detect that and change to go and fit that new shape.
And
Mounted
here's the
guns
mounted
are
guns you're
also
talking about.
listed in here. So again, we kind of talked on those, and that's again, those can be going and mounted. And they do know that these mounted guns can be mounted on a vehicle. They don't specify exactly how or where, but that these are different from a regular turret in that you're not in a seat. You are just going and grabbing like the handles of this gun. They've also got forced reactions. So this is kind of a update and improvement on if anyone's ever seen like you get knocked down due to like an engine, a ship engine, you like walk right behind it,
The action's usually
you get knocked
delayed.
down. Or if your ship got ran by another ship, you might get knocked down. These are further improvements to that to go and allow you to now go and stagger, colliding with other um, items there. Um, and you can experience this even if you are not in like the pilot seat. So before it was just some of these you would just have the pilot kind of going like being shaken. If the ship gets hit or something. Now it's like if you're in a Carrack and someone goes and rams the ground, but not enough that the ship gets destroyed. All the characters here will stagger around a bit, Star Trek style. We're like, whoa, what the hell just happened?
Yep,
So
lots of
we'll be
ship
seeing
shaking.
more of that. The first run of vehicle names and serial numbers, we talked a lot about that.
Earlier in the stream.
Vehicle visual degradation. So this is actually going to be wear and tear on ships. I believe we
And
did talk about that a little bit before
we talked
on
about
one of
that
the other
last
videos.
week in the ISC covering it. Let me
Yep.
pull up.
Now again, the original the first implementation of this, it's just going to be visual in that, like, if you've been mining with your ship for a week straight with the same ship, just going back and refueling, resupplying it, in let's say Hurston here, you can expect after on, and again, probably from now the reactions of it will be a bit exaggerated compared to what we might see once the game goes fully live and we're kind of living in our ships, weeks, months at a time here. Uh, but for now, these are just going to be visual. But later on, they did say that when your ships experience wear and tear, like there might actually be like some amount of maintenance you might need to do to keep them up and keep them in proper working form here. Because hey, if you're in this abrasive, sandy environment, hey, after a month, you might need to go and do a little bit of maintenance on that ship there. It might not, be able to filter all that out. Moving on, we've got the Merlin Constellation docking. That's fully locked in here. We've got object push pull, which I kind of talked about earlier too, with the trolley that I said they put the mounted gun on. So with this idea, you'll be able to take trolleys, very similar, just like ones you have in real life, load cargo on them or other objects, or pile it full of dead bodies so you can throw them into your constellation or your Mercury Star Runner and surprise your friends. Whatever you want to do, you'll be able to do that. So it's the ability to go and be moving these around just by your character grabbing it and pushing and pulling it. So that being said, so what is not confirmed at this point? And again, we're about a month out. We've got more polish for the Stanton system planet, so essentially just more planet tech here. Spawn closets, so this is where NPCs will be going and kind of spawning in outside of the view of player eyes, and then coming into the main areas here. So getting those closed in. And then we've got the ship to station docking, which we've seen more and more of that, where essentially like ships like the Javelin, or things like the Carrack,
I'm pulling footage
or
up of
even
the
the
hammerhead right
Aurora.
now.
So they'll be able to dock with stations here. That's still kind of in progress. They haven't locked that down just yet. And then also too, the three vehicles, the Tumbro Nova, the Crusader M2 Hercules Starlifter, and the C2 Hercules Starlifter. Those are still in progress. They have not been locked down yet. But honestly, from what we were seeing before, I'm honestly impressed that they've managed to lock in so many items here for quarter one, for what they're saying,
Yeah.
just what that they're saying they're able to lock down right now. That's impressive compared to what we were seeing in previous quarters here. So I'm impressed.
I'm showing some of the footage that they show. By the way, link for the roadmaps in the description. I'm showing some of the footage that they showed off for ISC this week because I actually haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some good stuff.
They
there.
showed off the turrets here.
Yep, yeah.
Definitely
show
liking the
them
new
right.
UI for the turret like sites here. I like the physical sites.
Oh yeah, I'm just hoping with those turrets, I want to be able to just to throw them wherever. You know, it's like okay, sure. Oh,
Yeah,
and
carry
one
them.
thing with the turrets.
Yeah, like carry them sort of like they're all folded up and everything. You're carrying them
Yeah,
on your back,
yeah.
and you actually deploy them, kind of. That would be cool.
You know, it's like, or put them on trolleys or whatever. You know, it's like okay, you've got like 4 of them on this trolley. You got to
Carrying
wheel the
a
fucking
trolley with 2 people
over.
with little guns on it. That'd be
Hilarious. Because it's like
Yep.
also too, it's like okay, look, you can put this gun anywhere. It's gonna be a bitch to get it there, but you can do it.
Oh, here they're showing off force reactions.
Yep. You hit someone, they'll watch you fly down like that.
Yeah, even
They
oddly
did
quiet.
note too, the first implementation of these mounted guns is going to be just a Gatling gun, a standard ballistic Gatling.
Size 1
But
Gatling.
that there will be other versions down the line. So pretty much all the different weapon types you can think of out there, they're gonna have different turrets that'll probably be doing that.
Alright, here's footage of the trolleys in action. Glitchy and everything.
I love too that they had said they made
I like how you just do whatever with them.
physically realistic. Cause it's it's like because it's like honestly, these kinds of things are a bit of a bitch and a half to.
Oh, I see where
to
you got
watch.
your idea
like in
from.
real
Yeah.
life. Yeah, these kind of trolleys are a bit of a bitch and a half to go and move around, and it's just like, oh god, we're gonna have to deal with that in game too, motherfucker.
I can't guarantee I won't be doing this a lot.
What, sitting on top of the trolley?
Sitting on top, shooting it while someone's pushing me around.
Okay, but I get the next part.
Okay. Well, we need that big one so you can have 2 people with the turrets deployed as it's moving around.
Yeah. One left, one right, and then the guy, the poor schmuck pushing thing.
Oh my god, yeah. You're gonna have to need a backup pusher on the trolley so that when that guy has a heart attack and dies, the other guy can push.
I love too when it showed the guy running, and then he hits the wall, and like all the cargo boxes fall off.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, oh, jeez.
Now they show some more docking here. And harvestables too.
Yep.
Oh, and they showed off some of those new outposts that we're gonna come across.
Yeah, they did. They showed off just a little bit of those. Is
Grey box
that
models.
planned for this year? Isn't that like quarter 4 this year they got that planned?
I can check.
I want to say it was something like that.
It is for quarter 3.
Quarter 3? Okay. Hey, that's not bad.
This year.
Be September-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, yeah. Like like I had said before, if they manage to go and hit even half of what they've got kind of lined up here in their tentative stuff, it's gonna be a good fucking year for Star Citizen. Like holy shit.
Yeah.
And given, like I said, just with 313, because at least as far as I'm tracking, I could be wrong here, but just as far as I'm tracking for 313, I don't think anything has, as of yet, been pushed back since they first went and said, hey,
They have. They definitely pushed back something. I'm forgetting what it was, but they pushed it back to. Was it? I think Board Gamer even did a video saying that they pushed it back, and I went.
What was it?
I can't remember what it was.
No, even so, it was just like 1 or 2 items, right?
think it was like 1, but yeah.
Even still.
I'm sorry,
considering
I'm completely
what
blanking
we've
what it was. I
seen
just don't remember what it
last
was.
years and previous years with it. Honestly, I mean, and again, I've been along for the ride here since 2015 here.
Yeah, same.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, look, I've watched this journey, and that's why I believe in this project, because I've seen it go from like I know some people that call it Scam Citizen, blah blah blah, and that's fine. You know, we're each entitled to our own opinions. We're all free thinking individuals, but and that's why I think I believe in this project, because I've seen progress. If I thought it was truly a scam, I don't think they would constantly keep updating it in the capacity that they do. They would just make tiny little increment updates like EA or Bethesda or whatever do with their games, versus them trying to actually make this thing a reality here.
Well, I mean, it's like we've all seen, and I'm sure for many of you who might be listening here, all 5 of you, that we've all seen early access projects.
Dude,
and
look at
Star
this
Citizen
javelin
is an early access project. Oh yeah, that wreck was noise. But we've all seen.
I'm drooling. I want to go over it.
Oh yeah, but we've all seen early access projects where, the devs just abandon it. They don't care about it. And
well,
then it's
that will be our next.
Well,
that's going to be our next story, because I'm just going to migrate us over to it right now.
Okay.
And that is Anthem getting completely abandoned. So.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about this in the past 2 episodes, but
how many years
that EA was gonna take down, not take down, but like shut down support whatever on Anthem and all this. Because for anyone who doesn't know, just a brief thing, Anthem in 2020 was announced in February of 2020. It was announced that they were going to be making like an Anthem 2.0, which then got the nickname Anthem Next. I think in last episode I accidentally called it Anthem Beyond, because the game was originally named as Beyond, but it was Anthem Next. Pretty much was what it was known as. It was going to be like a complete overhaul of the game, because of the fact that the game was just completely rushed and broken. And so they made. We got an update here from Christian Daly, who's the watch-face guy at the head guy at BioWare, saying on February 24th that they will not be. They stopped development on Anthem Next. Like there won't be an Anthem Next. They'll still be supporting Anthem in its current state, but as far as like overhauling the game and revitalizing it and all that, no, it's shut down. So essentially, Anthem's dead.
Considering it came out, Anthem came out
2019 of March.
January 2019.
No.
I mean
March. I think.
According to Google, it came out January 25.
Did it really?
You know what Google's saying?
But I played a beta demo whatever in February before the game came out. I'm certain of it.
Mm-hmm. That's what Google's saying. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. They said end of 2019 that they were going to be a restructuring game, but still.
Okay, yeah. So Wiki says February 22, 2019. But either way, early 2019.
Inconsistent. That's why I don't trust Google.
It's barely been over 2 years, and they're calling it. Like,
of course. It died by the end of 2019.
Yeah,
that's why they were overhauling the game.
It was halfway dead on arrival. When it came out, it was already halfway dead. People were like, "What?" I'm glad I didn't jump on board. I was like, "Oh, if it's cool." But I'd been pissed off that they abandoned Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda, for we're gonna go and put our A team on Anthem. It'll be great, and then
we got Anthem.
Good job there, you dumb shits.
Yeah, that was wow. But yeah, this was I played the beta demo, whatever the fuck you want to call it, in February. It was literally Football Sunday of February 2019, like a week or so before the game came out, or something like that. I don't remember specifically. And it was pretty much the finished game, except instead of the 5 missions that it had 3. So I got like pretty much all it was missing was like half of the campaign. That's pretty much it. But aside from that, it was the full game, and it was horrible. Like, yeah, I had a lot of fun flying around and shit for like 2 hours, but I played it for 6 hours because it was a limited demo. Like, I had, like, the demo or whatever, like, specifically to that day limited. So, like, at, like, 6 o'clock my time in the evening, I wouldn't be able to play it anymore. So I figured, all right, I'll give it a shot, right? You know, see if it's good or whatever, because I had, you know, I wouldn't say looking forward to the game, but it was on my radar. And I wanted to look at it, play it, and I did, and it was boring. After, okay, the flying novelty wore off, the gunplay sucks, the abilities suck, the armor customization isn't great, it's overly monetized. The load times are horrible. You think the load glitches in Star Citizen are bad? Get a load of this game, because Star Citizen loads... Like, look, with the servers being broken a lot of the time, the Star Citizen loads aren't great right now, but they're still faster than what Anthem had. We're talking like 5 up to like 6 minute load times. At least on console. I haven't played it on PC. I played it on my Xbox One.
And then,
anyway,
it crashed. Time to load again.
yeah, you can your game can crash and you can load back up into Star Citizen faster than Anthem would just load into the game.
Oh, hell yeah.
But here, the read article, in spirit of the transparency and closure, we wanted to share that we've made the difficult decision to stop our new development on Anthem, aka Anthem Next. We will, however, continue to work on Anthem Live Service running as it exists today. Since Anthem's launch, the team has been working hard to continually improve the game, releasing multiple updates that brought with them a variety of improvements and introduced new content to play. Towards the end of 2019, we expanded on that effort and started working on a more fundamental restructure of the game. During development, we've provided updates revealing some of the team's work through blog posts and conversations with you on social media, and it's been inspiring for us to see the positive reactions and feedback. I've been incredibly proud of the work that the team has done, and excited to see and play each new build of the experience. 2020 was a year unlike any other. However, while we continue to make progress against all our game projects, all our game projects at BioWare. Working from home during the pandemic has had an impact on our productivity, and not everything we had planned as a studio before COVID-19 can be accomplished without putting undue stress on our teams. So yeah, pretty much they're blaming I wouldn't say blame, but the pandemic was involved, and it's pretty much, look, honestly, did anyone care at the end of the day? Probably EA is like, hey, let's shut this down, because at the end of the day, no one's going to buy us anyways.
Yeah, how come our moneymaker isn't making money? What the hell?
Exactly.
People, why are you not buying the microtransactions? Look, we gave you the flashy, and we gave you the pretty colors. Buy the loot boxes already. Give us your credit cards.
Yeah.
How can you say no to that?
I know this will be disappointing to the community of Anthem players who have been excited to see improvements we've been working on. It's also disappointing for the team who are doing brilliant work. Yeah, I'm sure, because now they're out of a job, or just like they worked months for nothing. And
Yep.
for me personally, Anthem is what brought me to BioWare, because he actually came to replace the previous head of the project, who left BioWare, I think in 2019, after the release, obviously. And the last 2 years have been some of the most challenging and rewarding experiences in my career. Game development is hard. Sorry, there's no other way to read that.
Wow.
I mean, as mean as I'm being right now, it is truly a difficult thing. I think Data would know more so of any of us, given that he's actually been involved in some projects.
I've been involved in a few. Small, little bitty projects, like weekend projects.
More involved than
game
Ken and I
development
have
is
it's decisions like these are not easy. Moving forward, we need to laser focus our efforts as a studio and strengthen the next Dragon Age and Mass Effect titles, while continuing to provide quality updates to Star Wars: The Old Republic. To the Anthem community, thank you for your passion, creativity, your feedback and suggestions. Most certainly help shape the team's direction. Blah blah blah. So I'm not going to read it to the end.
Wait. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight then. So, Mass Effect Andromeda was sacrificed to make Anthem, which came out as a piece of shit, and now Anthem is being sacrificed for Mass Effect and Dragon Age,
which are probably going to be shit. Keep in mind, Dragon Age 4, that's the next one.
Yeah,
is in development hell.
I'm just sitting here grinning. I'm like, oh god.
It's in development hell,
mean,
Dragon Age.
here's
the
your
newest one.
follow-up hit. Your first hit was a complete shit show. Let's see your next one. But honestly, I'm expecting and honestly, just from everything I've seen of EA, I truly think like I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think EA's biggest issue, at least from the perspective of me being a gaming fan and my interaction with EA is as a consumer or a customer here buying their product. Um, my biggest issue with EA is that they are not a company for or about gamers anymore. They used to be like way years ago, but that they are now a bureaucracy. They are only in it for what money they can make, and if
They're
the
like the
market
mega
research,
corporations you'd read
the
about in
newest
a comic
whatever
book.
fucking survey says X makes money, well, you guys better do fucking X because apparently X makes money. I don't give a fuck if it's not feasible. I don't give a fuck if it doesn't make sense. Fucking do it, bitch.
Mm.
That's my like they don't think like a like for instance CIG at their core, Cloud Imperium Games, makers of Star Citizen, at their core, they are gamers. They're sitting there thinking, hey, what would be fun for the fans to do? What would be enjoyable for them to do? What would I as a gamer like to go and do in the game? And I think they would like to go and do too. That's what their thought processes are really coming down to, and that's why Star Citizen is getting better and better and better as years go on. And when you go away from that kind of thinking, you start, all the people who thought that way get replaced by people who think, what's the bottom line? What's the budget say? What's the survey say? Instead of actually just talking to your fucking fans. When you get to that point and you become bureaucratized, it's no longer being a passion project. It no longer has a soul to the game. You no longer have developers going and saying, "Hey, yeah, like this was a passion project for me." It's no, this is a paycheck for me. Let's just I put in my 9 to 5 and that was it. And I would say at least for some games as a gamer, you can really feel it when a game has heart and soul put into it. But we'll see. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Dragon Age, from what I've heard, keeps getting changed and stuff. It's probably going to have it's going to be, from what I can tell and from what I've heard, it looks like it's going to be another Mass Effect Andromeda type of deal.
Probably.
And given also the fact that, again, the BioWare right now is not the BioWare of old that people love. Pretty much everyone that like worked on the original Mass Effect games and stuff that that everyone liked, they're not working at BioWare anymore. But here you got the Polygon article covering what we just covered, saying how the guy, but yeah, the COVID-19 impacted our productivity, and that we're no longer supporting it. But we're no longer working on Anthem 2.0, but we will continue supporting the current version of the live service title. And then they go on to talk about how BioWare announced in February 2020. Oh, so I was right. It was February 2020. A year after Anthem launched a tepid response from fans and critics that it planned to redesign the game. The goal of overhauling Anthem was to reinvent the core gameplay loop, said then BioWare general manager Casey Hudson. Hudson has since left BioWare. And this is what he said at the time. We recognize that there's still more fundamental work to be done to bring out the full potential of the experience because it was made in 8 months. They had 8 years to work on it, and they only started working 8 months prior to release due to the fact that it was just a mess behind the scenes. Jason Schreier at the time with Kotaku did a expose of the game, of the behind the scenes stuff. So if I gotta find a link to that because check that out. This was shit. And it will require more substantial reinvention than an update or expansion. Hudson last year Hudson said last year, he explained that BioWare was pausing seasonal updates to Anthem to focus on a long-term redesign of the experience, specifically working to reinvent the core gameplay loop with clear goals, motivating challenges and progression with meaningful rewards while preserving the fun of flying and fighting in a vast science fantasy setting. But yeah, that was a thing that they really didn't do well. Like, they literally had roadblocks to make the game feel lengthy. Like they always had roadblocks. Like, you had to do a specific amount of challenges and stuff, and the monetization was horrible because it was tied to the customization and all that. And in a game where it's like you're playing, imagine Halo. Well, you don't have to, because Halo Infinite's going to do this for you. But imagine Halo Infinite. Well, it's going to do the opposite. In Anthem, you can customize the pieces of your armor. You can customize the color of your armor, and like the shaders of your armor, but the pieces you had to buy with microtransactions, or macro transactions, as they should be called. In Halo Infinite, it's going to be the opposite. You're going to be able to unlock the pieces, but the shaders and the colors, you're not going to be able to unlock. You're going to have to buy those, or at least the specific types. BioWare released a handful of public-facing status updates on Anthem in the subsequent months, which they were uneventful updates. BioWare Austin studio director Kristen Daly told players that the Anthem team's work would be a longer process as it went back to a drawing board. Daly posted 2 gameplay updates, one focusing on loot and equipment goals, because loot in that game was absolute shite, to the point where glitches caused the loot to be better than the actual game, and then they would patch it and fix it so the loot would be crap again. And fans would literally address this in feedback and issue reports, and they didn't care. And one focusing on javelin builds. Javelin's what your little suit, your flying suit thing is called. Daly has since gone on to become the executive producer of Dragon Age series, replacing Mark Dara, who left BioWare in December. So, yeah, Dragon Age. I think Dragon Age is probably going to be in trouble.
We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised, at least. But yeah, it's just another case of, like, here's a dead game, and now it's just here. It's dead. 2 years later, it's officially dead, pretty much. And so here you can have the whole thing summed up. I put the original post from Kristen Daly in the chat. Here you can read it here. Yeah. Alright, so let's see, what was the next story I wanted to cover? Oh, that's right. We got an update on our favorite trio of children fighting in a sandbox. And that is Apple, Google, and Epic. So last week, Data and I were talking about how Apple tried to get Steam and Valve involved in the fight. And so this is that article we were talking about. So Cam, you weren't there. And for anyone who does, just a quick update on or a quick summary. Pretty much, Epic, the makers of Fortnite, had Fortnite on both the iOS, on the Apple platform, and they had it on Google, like Samsung and stuff, so the Google Play Store platforms. And whenever some idiot or some poor soul that's hooked and can't do anything about it, buys a macro transaction through the game, they have to go through, they have the little pop-up, sign in with your password, whether it's your iTunes account password or your Apple account password or the Google Play Store password. And Google and Apple would take 30% from the revenue of the revenue that goes to Fortnite for whatever you just bought. And so Fortnite made a circumvent so that they can get direct payment that circumvents Apple and Google's 30% commission fee. And in response, Apple and Google just booted the app off the platforms. And to retaliate, Epic decided to like declare war with this short little stupid video, and now they're suing Apple and Google for monopolistic behavior with its App Store policies. And this was back in November of 2020, and it's still going. Now Apple's trying to get Valve involved. They kind of like show them the numbers, like their Steam numbers and stuff that they can use against Epic, but it kind of feels like here, also show us the numbers so that we can use them for whatever it is, like just kind of have like information. It was really weird.
Well, that being said, they have at this point, at least last I heard, they have succeeded in.
And here it is. This is the article from Friday. Valve ordered to hand over sales data for Epic versus Apple case, but judge limits request to 4 years rather than the 6 years Apple originally asked for. A court has ruled that Valve must provide the sales and pricing data to Apple as part of the iPhone maker's ongoing legal battle with Epic Games. Law 360 reports that California Magistrate Judge Thomas S. Hickson ordered the Steam firm must produce historical sales, pricing, and other data for 436 games sold through its marketplace. Apple filed a subpoena against this information back in November, arguing that it will be highly relevant to its case, countering Epic's allegations that its App Store engages in monopolistic practices, which is ironic considering how Epic is the one that's pretty much trying to make a monopoly with its exclusivity, and how they claim it's for the betterment of competition because Steam also has a 30% commission fee for devs using the Steam platform for their games. So if you get so if you buy a game on Steam, 30% of the profit goes to Steam, and then the rest goes to the devs that made the game, or the publisher.
Well, and then also too, I'll note, Steam actually, I don't know when this was, but Steam went and made it so that if you are, let's say, an indie dev, and you put your game on Steam, if your game is made under $1 million total, you would only pay what was it like?
Apple did this. So if your app,
Apple,
it was Apple. Apple made it where if your app if you're making under $1 million from whatever transactions through your app, you only have to. They only take 15% instead of 30%.
Okay. Well, and to me, it's like, they're still taking.
Now, Epic is not making less than $1 million.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no! But it's like
I'm keeping track of how much they are because I have a list of articles that I eventually want to
developer, and it's like, and they're going, hey, we'll let you use our distribution platform as long as you meet all the criteria we need here. But we'll let you use our distribution platform. We're going to take 15% here rather than the industry standard 30%. And again, this is standard across the board, and Epic has been the one who's kind of like, hey, we're going to go and pay devs to come over to our platform because we couldn't convince them any way else to come to our platform. Yeah, and they're going, oh, Steam is greedy, motherfuckers. I'm not disagreeing that they aren't greedy. However, again, it's an industry standard.
You're calling, it's pretty much...
And when you're
what's that old phrase? It's calling to something. It's like calling to something black or whatever.
The pot calling the kettle black.
Right. Yeah. It's like you're both doing the same thing. Just one's calling it out against the other, though it's bad, but you're both doing it. Like, come on. Like, and that's why it means like there's no good guys in this situation. Bottom line is, Epic broke their terms of service contract with Apple and Google, and Apple and Google, in their legal right, kicked them from their platform, and now Epic is having a hissy fit.
Yes.
That's pretty much summing this up in one sentence.
Did this all on yourself.
And now they're trying to make a power move by suing them and okay, now we're going to be in control of the... now we're going to be the ones with the monopolistic practices because that's what they want. Look, they're doing it with the Epic Game Store, even though the Epic Game Store only had a search bar recently. I think was it 2 years ago they finally installed one. They still don't have a shopping cart feature for buying games. It's like, Like you claim to be better than Steam, yet Steam actually has all these features developed. You literally have you literally have all the mistakes they made to learn from and haven't. You're worse.
Details.
But yeah, so Apple originally asked for this. Valve originally refused, deeming it to be too much of a burden, and it didn't want to be involved at all. Like, hey, don't involve us.
Yeah, like, come on, we're doing our own thing here. Go away.
Adding that Apple had not shown substantial need for the information as well. However, the court has ruled otherwise, offering the consolation Apple has salted the earth with subpoenas, so don't worry, it's not just you. Okay. Hickson has made one amendment. Apple originally requested sales data on each of the games reaching back to 2015, but the judge has limited this to 2017. Apple is facing an antitrust lawsuit from Epic Games that began in August. Wait, did I say November before? Yeah, August. It was August, right? Because it was during the summer with that whole thing. It was during the whole riot in my city and all that. Sorry, a lot happened then. But back in August, when the tech giant removed Epic's flagship game Fortnite from the App Store after direct payments were introduced, circumventing the 30% commission on all transaction Apple mandates from developers who use its marketplace. And keep in mind, this wasn't like Epic filed a similar lawsuit against Google, which the courts in the UK blocked Fortnite from proceeding their antitrust lawsuit against Apple in the UK. However, they did allow them to continue in Google because Google does have operations in a significant operation in the UK. Whereas the Apple case, they have to proceed with the antitrust lawsuit in the US before they can move on to the UK. And if assuming it's not taken care of in the US, that's what the courts deemed.
Huzzah.
But yeah, the Competition Appeal Tribunal ruling that it should settle it in the U.S. Yeah, so the U.S. trial is set to take place in May. Yeah, so I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put this article in the chat. So yeah, it's pretty much the best way to describe this is it's you got three children in a sandbox, and they're just having hissy fits at each other. It's sad, and it's annoying too because it's
wasteful. And
yeah. Data, what do you think?
That being said, from at least what information we have on our end here, it definitely seems like Epic Games is clearly the instigator and clearly in the wrong here. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They fucked up, and when they got the consequences of their fuck up, they want to bitch and moan about that too.
Yeah.
Sure.
And again, I'm not a fan of either of these companies. I'm definitely against Epic the most out of the three, out of Google, Apple, and Epic. And that's probably just because of the communistic China ties. I mean, it's 47, I think 49% of it is owned by Tencent.
Yeah, something like that.
So, we do also have some Bethesda news, which you might not like, and probably agree with. Bethesda faces lawsuit over Fallout 4 DLC. The company faces charges of deceit for not including its Creation Club in its game season pass, which could delay the Microsoft ZeniMax takeover.
Oh, so I remember hearing something about this, and then...
So, for anyone who doesn't know, the takeover has not fully gone through yet, and this is part of it. So, Microsoft's going to buy out ZeniMax, which is the Bethesda's parent company, and that's how they'd own Doom and Wolfenstein and all these sort of different franchises. Why everyone's like, oh, maybe we'll get a Fallout New Vegas 2 because Obsidian's under Microsoft. But in order for that to work, this has to be over with. And so Bethesda's getting sued because Bethesda made a Fallout 4 season pass, which would allow was it $30 price tag, which was then later increased to $50, and it gave everyone that bought it access to all the DLC ever done for the game until 2017 with the Creation Club being made. Then when the Creation Club came out, it's like, okay, but after 2017, pretty much once the Creation Club was made, the season pass became void. If you paid for it, it didn't matter because you still had to pay for it again. You had to pay for the DLC again through the Creation Club, anyways, and people sued because of that, and rightfully so.
No, absolutely.
And I
honestly,
can understand
the Creation Club itself.
the Creation Club
was-
itself it's a combination of like official DLC and just like modded stuff, like modder.
Well, I mean,
created stuff, right?
what I think is worse about the Creation Club stuff, and then the Fallout 76 Atom Store plays off of this, is that they'd originally said, because way back when, I forgot what year it was exactly, Bethesda went and said, hey, we're going to go and monetize modding because, well, fuck it, we want money, and y'all lazy bastards ain't paying us enough, and you dirty modders fixing our games for us, like come on, you aren't doing enough for us, the company. So they wanted to go and monetize money. The way they did that was that they had, for the span of about 3 days, I think it was, on the Steam Workshop for Skyrim, allowed mod authors to go and pretty much just set their own price.
I was gonna say,
for
no. Did they at
mods.
least pay the modders? Because otherwise, that just
Well,
completely.
what it was that and again, this is what I remember here because it was several years back. But the way it worked was that the mod author goes and says, "Hey, I made a piece of armor here. I'm going to charge $5 for it." Well, then Bethesda would take like half, I think. Valve would take like a quarter, and then the actual content creator, the person who actually put the time and the effort to go and make this thing, got like a quarter of the total price. And then, of course, being that they could set their own price for this, shit was just ridiculous level. It exploded. The community, by and large, was like, "Hey, this is bullshit." Among other things, it's absolute bullshit. And within, like I said, about 3 days here, and this within a week, it got scrapped. And because the community was like, "We do not want paid mods. No, get the fuck out of here with this shit." Because it's like,
And
if
this
you,
is
now,
the
now,
only
that
way
being
for
said,
mods to be. In the Creation Club, you can use for consoles. It's the only way for people to use these mods.
right now, that being said, I have no issue at all with modders, especially for when people do some. I mean, there's really great stuff out there. I have no issue with people going and looking up their PayPal or taking donations or taking Patreon, anything like that. I fully support that kind of stuff because that's voluntary. People are going, "Hey, look, I've got an extra $5 or $2 or 30 cents, whatever you can give there. Yeah, hey, I have some good stuff here, and it might be, hey, I've used this mod for years, and now I'm finally, before I was a kid, I was 14, and now I'm 19, now I'm working, I have a job. Hey, I can go and give them $50 now because hey, I've loved their mod, I've loved using it. I can finally give something back, but that's a choice for the user. It's not a price you have to pay to have access to it at all. Because also too, one other huge issue, especially with modding Bethesda games and how buggy they are, is that there's no guarantee. Let's say if I pay for 2 mods, there is no guarantee that these 2 mods will work together. Well, if I paid for both of them, I want to have both of their content. That might not be possible, and so it's like, well, hey, I paid for this product, but I can't use both things now for the same game because they're just incompatible with each other. Well, shit, and Bethesda, of course, will be like, well, it's not our problem. We didn't make it. We're just the base platform here. It's not our problem. And it would end up with Bethesda just sitting there, and Valve just sitting there collecting money, going, while the mod authors are going, what the fuck? We're getting shafted left, right, and center. Sure, we're getting a little bit, but not much. So that being said, so that was the original modding thing. Bethesda then comes out and says, hey, for Fallout 4, and then later on for Skyrim Special Edition, when that came out, hey, we're going to go and have this Creation Club store, and it's going to be, it's not paid mods. It's just it's small DLC, so like mods, and you buy it with this currency that you use real money to buy, but it's not paid mods. It's fucking paid mods. Don't fuck off. We're not fucking 2-year-olds. Anyways, most of the stuff that was on here was shit tier level stuff. And not to go and disparage the actual content creators who actually made this stuff, some of it is actually decent stuff. That being said, for about 95% of it, you can find just as good stuff, if not better stuff, for all of it on the Nexus or other places here, and it's far better quality. I mean, I remember seeing a side by side of like the Hellfire armor, the Chinese stealth suit, the gauze rifle. And it's like there's far better versions out there that you can get on the Nexus that have more options, are better looking. It's just better all around. Why the fuck would I pay you for this stuff? And especially, and also to note, I'll note too, Bethesda's claim was that, oh well, we're taking actual modders from the community and we're giving them a chance to go and get paid for their work. That was their claim. So we're just helping the little guy. However, and to be honest, I could support this mindset if not for one thing. The way Bethesda did it was that they would go and hire a mod author as a contractor for a short time, whether it's 1 or 2 weeks or whatever else, and they would pay them as a contractor for that time span. I don't know the exact numbers on it there, but essentially they would hire them as a short-term contractor. The modder makes the item, cool. Bethesda pays the modder then is released from the contract. After that point, the modder makes no money from it. So the modders, at least as far as I understand it here, the modder gets no royalties on it. The modder does not get any actual money per sale of the item. Bethesda goes and collects it all. So I'd be like, okay, if the modder got, give him a fucking penny off of each sale here or something, then I could see Bethesda's purported reasoning of, well, we just want to help these poor authors get a little bit of money here. No, there's no, you're paying them for their 2-week contracted service, and then you're collecting all the actual money coming in. Come on, Bethesda, fuck off with your bullshit. But that being said, so that is essentially what the Creation Club gets. It is small stuff, and most of it. Oh, also too, one thing I know too. So most of it's just like it's one set of armor, 1 or 2 weapons, a few workshop items, like maybe 5 or 6 workshop items. It's all very small scale shit. However, the prices for it is like about $5, $10 for one set of armor. And again, we're not talking like it has all kinds of customization or anything else. No, it's just generic. Like, oh, the Hellfire armor. Oh, it's just generic stuff. It's got a few pieces here. It's like there's far better stuff and far better, more customizable versions on the Nexus that you can get for free. Versus, like I said, $10. It's like you're saying this is worth 1/6 of this game. Not even fucking close. It's overpriced junk for the most part. And again, not to disparage the actual content creators, they did a great job for what they were doing there. But in terms of what Bethesda's peddling at and putting the price point at, it's fucking garbage. So I hope they get stuck to the wall on it, but maybe I'm just feeling vindictive. I don't know.
And you're fully in your kind of in your right. I mean, look, going back to the article. Oh, well, before that, I just want to say, Robert says only paid mods Bethesda should release are expansions.
I fully agree with that. Well, and back in the days with like Fallout 3 and Skyrim, even Skyrim was a jump, but like for Fallout 3, for Fallout New Vegas, for Oblivion, it's like, hey, you pay $10, $15, even with Skyrim, $20, Fallout 4, $20 for a several hour DLC expansion to where there's new quests, new locations, new armor, new weapons, new NPCs, new everything. Just all around more content, and I'm paying 10, 15, $20 for that. Sure, okay, I'm okay with that. As long as it's, I mean like, for instance, Skyrim, Dawnguard. Wonderful DLC. I loved it. I play it every single time I start a new game. It's great. The characters are great. The locations are awesome. The quest line is absolutely wonderful. There's all kinds of new features and weapons and stuff added there. It's good stuff. I know, and I feel for even for that $20, which I feel that's a bit steep for DLC, but I mean I can understand, especially too. Game prices haven't really risen much, so for what it was worth, I think I more than got my money's worth for $20. Dawnguard or the Dragonborn DLC, same price there. I don't feel like I got quite as much of my money's worth. Maybe I just didn't like that story, but it was still good content. I wouldn't say it was worth as much as the Dawn Guard, but I'd still say for $20, reasonable. Okay, you know, and like I said, I'm sure there's other people who enjoyed it much more than me, but for what it was, still pretty good. Hearthfire, yeah, some building stuff. It was like what, $15, I think. Still, you're getting more content. You're getting some new features. Cool, okay. But then, like when you look at Fallout, just looking at Fallout 4's DLC in general, it's like, well, here's one actual story-driven DLC. Far Harbor was everything I could have hoped Fallout 4 would have been. If they had made Fallout 4 with the same features and attention to detail and quest options and paths that you could choose from, that player choice you had, if they had made Fallout 4 like they had made Far Harbor, I'd be sitting here saying how great of a game Fallout 4 was. As it was, I found Fallout 4 lackluster, hollow. As a game, it was okay. As a Fallout game, it was fucking terrible. That's just my
So
opinion.
what you're saying is the best. What you're saying is the best update was the Nuka-Cola theme park, whatever DLC.
Well, I mean, with that DLC, it was like, oh hey, here's another story-driven DLC. Cool, let's buy it. Let's see it. $20. Oh, what do you mean you don't want to role play as a raider and then raid your own settlements back in the Commonwealth? Oh, well, if you don't want to do that, you can slaughter all the raiders and that's it. That is your content. Literally, they made no other paths for a player who's like, well, hey, what if I don't want to be a fucking raider? What if I'm with the Minutemen here? I want to go and protect and help people, or at least not actively burn my own fucking settlements to the ground. Oh, well, you just kill everyone and that's it. That's your content. You get some new places to explore and that's it. Get the fuck out of here. I was like, what? It literally felt like it was just like Fallout 4 in general. When I played through it and I went through all the content there, to me, comparing to Skyrim, I felt like when I'm playing Skyrim, I feel like there's soul in the game. Like when you come across a ruin and there's an interesting quest or a puzzle there or some cool items or just the general look of it, it feels like, again, this is just to me, but it feels like there's soul to the game. It feels like you can feel the developers had passion creating it and wanted you to share that same passion when playing it. When I play Fallout 4, and again, this isn't just because I understand, of course, Fallout being a post-apocalyptic wasteland, Skyrim being a lush area. It's like you've got, of course, the Rocky Mountains and stuff like that, and snow-covered mountaintops. We've also got plains and stuff. Understanding the setting is different, but I've played several other Fallout games. I played Fallout 1, 2, Tactics, 3, New Vegas 4. But when playing Fallout 4, just in general, the feel I got from playing the game, it felt like the developers themselves were saying, this is a grudge fuck of a game. I fucking hate that I'm being made to do this. Fine, I'll put it together, I'll put it out there, and I don't give a fuck if the players enjoy playing it or not. That was the feel of the soul of Fallout 4. And again, that's just what I got from it. Maybe others got something else out of it, but to me, it literally felt like they hated making it and did not care if we the players hated playing it. But that being said, Nuka World itself felt like a bit of a direct response to people going, hey, how come now that the player character in Fallout 4 was voiced and was generally kind of an easygoing, like middle-aged white dude kind of voice going on, everyone's like, well, hey, my character now, like, even if I want to be, besides a few psychotic lines here or there, my character's a fucking goody two-shoes for the most part. What the hell? If I want to role play, because again, Fallout being a post-apocalyptic role-playing game is what it's supposed to be.
There are good videos on YouTube that compare New Vegas to Fallout 4's dialogue, and even Fallout 3 to Fallout 4's dialogue.
Oh, it's a.
As
I mean,
well
Fallout 3.
as
I
obviously
could
just
enslave
the
children if I wanted to.
most
I
of
could
the videos
enslave
just
anyone I
compare
wanted
Obsidian to
and be like,
Bethesda.
hey, guess what? You better go over to this location here and be a slave, or your head's going to explode. Oh shit! Like you could do that if you wanted to. It's reprehensible, of course, but you could choose to do that. And it's like really, and you know nowadays it's like, oh, well, this game gives you an Call of Duty, the latest Call of Duty, whatever it was. There were people going like, "Oh, in this one mission, you can shoot a baby and a woman." I was like, "Sure, but it gives you as an option. It gives you an immediate mission over when you do, and says, "Hey, don't hurt civilians." But it's a option that you as a player can do. That doesn't mean, but of course, the way that the news articles, because again, they always got to make controversy, was that, oh, it's condoning this and encouraging. No, but it's like if in a role playing game, if you choose to role play as a evil, reprehensible character, that should be your choice. That being said, so again, Fallout 4, pretty much like I said, you're playing a generic middle-aged white dude who's very easygoing with most things. You get to Nuke World, and it felt like Nuke World was a response of, well, your character can't be evil at all. Fine, you can join the Raiders. What if I don't want to be a Raider? Fine, you can kill everyone there, and that's it. What the fuck? I paid $20 for a story-driven DLC, and this is the story you give me. What the fucking shit?
But by the this, so are you seeing the chat by the way, or am I the only one?
No.
All right, so Robert is saying $10 for crappy Hellfire paint job versus $10 broken DLC expansion. These companies have gotten greedy and lazy, and he's absolutely
Oh no, absolutely,
right.
absolutely. It's sad. It really,
Especially considering how
really
good the broken DLC expansion is.
And that being said, like I can understand again DLC costs going up because like Skyrim, do you say, hey, it used to be $10 for Fallout 3, now it's $20 for your story driven DLC. Sure, okay, I can understand that, but especially like with Fallout 4, they increased the season pass from $30 to $50. We have so much content planned for you guys, and what did it turn out to be? One decent DLC, Far Harbor. What was it, Wasteland Workshop DLC? That one I will say was good. Now it had some story to it, but it was more about the mechanics of it. But it still added new armors, new weapons, new enemies, new locations, a new workshop, and most importantly, it added the ability to customize all of the robots in game. Not just the ones it added, but if you want to go and customize Codsworth and turn him into a fucking sentry bot, if you wanted to customize Curie, if you still have her in her robot form, and turn her into an Assaultron, sure, you can fucking do that, or some unholy combination thereof of the available robot parts. You can do all of that. And I was like, for $10 or whatever it was, I felt like I more than got my money's worth on that one. Everything else, Nuka Road, utter trash. Like I said, if you don't want to be a raider, hey, too fucking bad. You don't get a choice if you want the actual content here. Everything else, hey, here's some random ass workshop shit that was already made on Nexus about a year ago, and you can find far better quality of this kind of stuff here. Like, really? And this was your reason for increasing your season pass from $30 to $50 to the price of a newly released AAA game. This is what we're getting, and then to nickel and dime us on the Creation Club store to buy $10 for an armor or fucking $15 for a few more workshop items that you had a mod author do. Like, come on, this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, rant over.
No, dude, preach, brother, preach.
But seriously, I do hope Bethesda gets. It'd be hilarious. I doubt it would happen, but it would be absolutely fucking hilarious for Bethesda to go and be forced by Microsoft and by this lawsuit to make everything on the Creation Club free, at least to the season pass owners. That'd be hilarious. And I don't say that just because I own the season pass. I just think it would be great because it's like I'm sorry, Bethesda, for too long you have been riding on the coattails of the modding community, and I think they used to really appreciate the modding community. But I think after Skyrim, they just took it for granted. They're just like, well, yeah, you little bitches are gonna finish our game. You're gonna go and do all this shit for us, and because we're Bethesda, they just bought their own fucking ego trip. It's just like, guys, look, people people loved modding Skyrim or Fallout 3 or New Vegas, Oblivion because they were good games, and mods made them even greater games. But like Fallout 4, and again, this is just my opinion, was not a good game. It was a bad game, especially a bad Fallout game. Mods can maybe make it decent. I'm still trying to get something that I find worthwhile together with mods without completely fucking breaking the game. I also do Bethesda. If you're gonna do one fucking thing, Bethesda, can you please make it so the record IDs for your fucking plugin system use 3 digits instead of 2? Because then the max load order for your mods can go from about 256 to around 4,000. Come on! Shit. I'm not angry about that at all.
What's this? Honey was really
Yeah.
I was gonna play that "It Just Works" song in the background here.
Oh no. Please do. Oh, please link that video.
That-
One,
that-
use the likes, but two,
I never
a
heard of the
fucking
talking
wonderful
beforehand,
video.
and that was a great.
It just works. It just works.
Little lies
money
don't
flows.
show
It
people
just
die.
works.
Well, no, people buy money flows, not people die.
Little lies stunning shows. Yeah, it's a great video.
Yeah, it's there.
But realistically, though, honestly, I would love nothing more than to see Bethesda return to their roots of actually making decent, good
Well, you know,
RPGs
Bethesda made
a
two
lot.
Terminator games way back in the 90s.
Way back when.
Was it Future Shock? I think was one of them. Terminator Future Shock. Anyway, so
Yeah.
Cam's awesome rant aside. So, Creation Club is a collection of all new content, both Fallout 4 and Skyrim, that was created by both Bethesda Game Studios and external partners, aka modders, the fans, and isn't available to people who have bought the season pass. The attorneys in the class action lawsuit, Filippo Marchino and Thomas Gray from the X Law Group, argue that this content constitutes DLC and that players who purchase the season pass should therefore have access to it. The lawsuit, which was filed in July of 2019, encompasses charges including breach of contract, unjust enrichment, negligent misrepresentation, and deceit or fraud. Bethesda's counsel, Margaret Esquinet, denied the accusations, of course.
Yeah.
The lawsuit could delay Microsoft's acquisition of Bethesda's parent company ZeniMax, with Marchino telling GamesBeat, what we're going to try and do is go in and ask a judge to stop the sale between Microsoft and Bethesda to preserve the asset, and it's known as a motion for preliminary injunction. A trial could happen by 2022, GamesBeat said, and damages could be as high as $1.1 billion more if you include punitive damages. Simply put, Bethesda sold a season pass with the understanding that it was going to give the holders of the season pass any and all DLC content that was going to be created for the game Fallout 4 on a go-forward basis, Marchino said. They released a limited amount of DLC, then they released a second wave of DLC, but decided to call it the Creation Club content and artificially removed it from the definition of DLC, meaning that they promised people at the onset, we will give you everything we made, and then they renegated on that promise, and they did so to their benefit or their detriment of their plaintiffs, and to the detriment of the customer. So that's where they did something wrong. They lied, they took the money from gamers, and then they made more money.
Honestly, I agree with that.
GamesIndustry.biz reached out to Bethesda for comment, and I guess they got nothing.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, it's like seriously when you look at this stuff, and I mean too, look at what just looking at what Bethesda has sold as DLC before. Look at, for example, Oblivion, Horse Armor. Like they've sold this level of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's part of the song.
And they've sold they've sold armor. They've sold packs of workshop items. So again, you've already had the Wasteland Workshop and several other iterations of that where it's just stuff that adds workshop items. So you've already had several things there. They have player houses, which again they've had before as DLC. This is all stuff that they themselves have sold as DLC, labeled as DLC before. I'd say that fits the criteria. No, that's just me, but
And look, I can understand it. Like, okay, all the mod stuff, no, but all the official DLCs, anything that Bethesda themselves made, yes. You know, like that would I'd take that as the, like, okay, that's fine.
Not even that, but bear in mind though. Bear in mind.
Oh, it's officially published by
the
mods are being officially published by Bethesda, therefore it is actually
Bingo.
DLC. So yeah, that should be included.
They aren't being released by the modders. On like Bethesda isn't like, oh, we're hosting the modder stuff. No. Bethesda hired the modders to create a product. Once
Even
done,
if
they
didn't,
sold
it's still
the
being
product
published
themselves
under them.
with
So
nothing
therefore,
going to the modders. They've sold the product themselves as Bethesda branded items. Hey, this is being sold. And they do show the mod author's name and stuff, but beyond that, nope. All the money's going straight to us. We're hosting it. You know,
Yeah,
they
again,
essentially commissioned something to be sold. At that point, you're selling as your own deal. If they were giving the mod authors still some money, some royalties on there, you could argue against that. But hey, yes, who got a little too greedy? So like I said, personally, I'm hoping they get fucking pinned to the wall here.
Hopefully, but you know, and as for regards to the games themselves,
I would
the fans will fix it anyway.
Just personally speaking, I would love to return to a day when we would be seeing Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3 level RPGs. Again, just talking to RPGs here. I would love to return to a day when we're seeing these levels of RPGs where, again, the focus is on the story element of it. And even like the DLCs, your aftermarket products, where are mainly being story driven, showing more, adding more to the story or stuff. Where hey, here's some side stuff that wouldn't really fit in with the main story, but here we can put this in like another land or something that you travel to or stuff. I would love nothing more than to see that. I would love nothing more to return to those days. But as it is, it seems like at least for a while there under ZeniMax, and Fallout 76 is the fucking epitome of it.
You mean, well, what? You didn't like the $100 subscription fee, the annual subscription fee for $100 to get
it's like when you sell Fallout 76 for $60, AAA title game, then you have the in-game store because you aren't milking enough from these fucking losers. Which again, very similar. Hell, you aren't even able to buy full armor sets. You're just buying fucking paint jobs. Oh, but don't forget,
$18 for blue.
Yeah, literally, $18, $20.
$25 for a Santa outfit or something.
Paint job. Not even the armor itself. You still got to find that in game.
$12 for a Christmas tree decoration.
Like if you were to go and try to buy everything that's on the Atom store, which is what Fallout 76 calls its version, you're trying to buy everything on there. We're talking easily $200, probably more than that. If you look at all this stuff, because also too they'll sometimes have artificial scarcity where they'll take items on and off the workshop. But you would easily be hitting $200-$300.
Oh, they falsely. There's a good video out there also talking about Fall of '76, and it's talking exactly that. Like, or it's like you'll say something. Oh, it's 25, but you can get it for 12. Like it was only 12. It was never actually 25.
Yeah, were they? And they've done this before.
It's falsely it's giving a false sense of urgency.
Yep. So Bethesda's obviously not a new hand at this kind of bullshittery.
Oh.
But like I said, I think it really shows. And then so on top of that, which again you paid for the game, they've got their in-game store for $20 for a fucking paint job. Buy now, bitch. But then also too, they've got their Fallout First, where they're in-game $100 a year or $13 a month subscription, which I don't know.
I gotta find that.
They originally said so. They originally started off with the storage. There's a storage in-game for your character if you don't want to carry everything on you. Is weight based, not like item based or anything like that, but a total weight. So you could have originally you could have 300 pounds of gear. So if you had a couple sets of power armor, hey, guess what? You're maxed. Or if you had several weapons, and then also too, bearing in mind that all of your weapons, all of your armor, all of your bases, everything needs to be repaired over time as you use stuff. Especially too, because they completely fucked up how some of their damage calculations get calculated for how weapons get damaged, get degraded there as you use them. So sometimes like one shot on a missile launcher could fully break it because hey, that's how shit works in real life, right? But anyway,
Yeah, if you're
their excuse was that well, we don't know what the servers can handle because you know that inventory that's a text file that's really big, you know that 20 kilobit text file. Woohoo! Can't have that too big. That being said, their reason was that well we don't know what the servers can handle. We'll try to increase it in the future. Now they did go and increase it up to 800. Hey, that's doing okay, but it could still be a good bit more. Then they go and release, and they're like, we'll see. Then they go and release Fallout first, and they say, hey, guess what? If you pay us $100 a year or $13 a month, we're gonna give you this new shiny component stash. What's this, you ask? Well, this is where you can take all of those nice
all the junk item
build
stash that
materials, all the
deleted all
junk
your
items.
junk.
So wood, steel, concrete, yada yada yada
Yeah,
yada.
it was a junk. It was a junk stash, right?
An infinite amount in there, utterly not restricted by weight or anything at all. You can just throw as much as you want in there. Well, wait, I thought that if you put too much in, the servers can't handle it. Well, apparently not if you pay Bethesda enough fucking money.
And no, that was not the only thing. Is they have this junk, right? Like whatever the junk scrap, whatever the scrap containers that like limitless scrap, right? You put them in, and it would delete your scrap.
Oh yeah, when it first came out, it was deleting everyone's scrap. So good fucking coding there. But
And
so,
I don't care if they
so
patched it.
apparently,
You're paying money for this, and it deletes your shit. Unless they're getting somehow like restoring all the stuff you lost.
oh no, they didn't. They don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
And honestly, every fucking decision Bethesda seemed to make in and out of game for Fallout 76 was yet another. Honestly, the most noteworthy thing about Fallout 76 right now is that we haven't heard anything in probably about half a year or a year or so in terms of more controversy about it.
The only
Shockingly.
Fallout news we've had is that they're now. I think Amazon's going to do a Fallout TV show now.
It's probably gonna be shit.
I think I say that like questionably because I don't remember if it was Amazon, but I know
I
there is
think I
going
do
to be a
remember
Fallout
hearing
TV
something
series.
like that, but
I think it was
we'll see.
Amazon.
But so like I said, so apparently when they had been telling us gamers, oh well, we can't increase it too much, but we'll do what we can. Oh, apparently that was just yet another thing to go and make some more cash off of us fucking stupid ass gamers, huh? I will note they did go and increase the stash limit again at some point. I believe it was to 1,000. So we'll give you another little bit here, so you don't bitch too much. Oh wait a minute, you still said that you can't do too much, and yet you're giving these guys who pay up infinite. Okay, apparently that stash limit isn't that bad for you. Anyway,
So moving on
okay,
to
Rant, take two over.
while still in the same vein of modders and corporals screwing people over, sort of. This is a double-edged sword. This one. Take-Two reportedly takes down reverse-engineered GTA 3 and GTA Vice City source code. GitHub project blocked by DMCA, although project creator unable to rule out trolls. So pretty much just short layout before I read the article is pretty much a guy made these two. Essentially, he reverse engineered the code behind the two Rockstar games, and here a fan project that created new source code for Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City has been hit by DMCA takedown. The RE3 and RE Vice City project reverse engineered the code behind the two projects. The two games shared them via GitHub, enabling other GTA fans to create new mods and ports to the open world game. So it's pretty much a mod tool thing. However, the DMCA notice now appears on the repository, claiming to be posted by Rockstar parent company to Take-Two Interactive. The notice asserts that the project infringes on copyright material owned by Take-Two, the use of which is unauthorized and should be removed immediately. RE Project did use PC game assets, so players needed to own a copy of GTA 3 in order to use it, therefore making it a mod. So
Yeah, makes sense.
that's why I say it's double-edged, because the RE3 one, there's no difference between the RE3 here and SPV3 that I use for Halo CE. You know, like the SPV3 mod.
Well, even SPV3 still will go and force a check of a legitimate copy of Halo Combat Evolved.
Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
like even though
So-
it feels
and
like
it's
its
like-
own game, you still need
Yeah.
a copy of CE in order to play it.
Well, then also too, like there's several fan remakes. So like, I mean, for the Skyrim and Fallout 4 engines, you have Skyblivion, which is Oblivion,
And you need
being made in
the game
Skyrim
for that,
engine.
right?
You got Morrowind, or I'm sorry, Skywind, which is Morrowind being remade in the Skyrim engine. You've got the
You've got
Cosmo
Fallout
Wasteland
1
project,
being
which is
remade in
remaking-
Fallout New Vegas and Fallout
yeah.
3 being
Oh yeah,
remade in
you
Fallout
got all these
4.
things, but it's like they all will require you to have legitimate copies of both games to be able to do it. Which
Because they're
so you
mods.
got legitimate copies. Boom, there you go.
They're overhauls, but they're they're still mods just because they're an
Yeah.
overhaul. And that's the same case what I think with RE3. It's still a mod. However, I think from what I'm getting from reading the story, RE Vice City, I believe you don't need the game, so I can understand that one. You know, that's essentially a pirated version of the game.
Yeah, no, that understandable that would then. Get removed.
Eurogamer
Yeah,
spoke to
that's
the.
not-
Oh, I'm actually. So Eurogamer spoke to the project's creator, known by his online handle AAP, or I guess app, who said Take-Two may not have been behind the DMCA takedown. Nonetheless, the files have been removed, likely an automatic move by GitHub. He says it's not impossible; it's just a troll. Hard to tell, but better to assume it's real, and that's fair, you know.
Mm.
I mean, I remember when I first read this last night, I was thinking, what if he just like kept it up there? They sue him, like say it is Take-Two. They sue him, and he's like, okay, but you can't sue me for RE3, and they continue to sue him for RE3. And it's like, okay, why don't we settle? And that's a good way to get a lot of money. But that was just me, kind of like, I wonder how you can go about this if you were clever. But anyway,
What could
AAP
possibly go wrong?
reiterated that the project was only ever for modding, educational and documentation purposes, with the notice on original GitHub page stating, "We do not encourage piracy or commercial use." Plans to reverse engineer GTA Liberty City Stories, the PlayStation portable game, the PSP game, GTA, are now on hold, having begun last month. App has the option of filing a counterclaim, but this may prompt legal action from Take-Two, and I honestly think he probably should at least just because I don't think it's fully the Vice City one might be he might be in the wrong for having that one, but RE3 he's not. That's a mod. If you need the game, it's a mod. So yeah, here you got like the full story. I'm gonna put this in the chat. But yeah, this is, and again, it's like, yeah, you have a mod, you're suing them because, and this is kind of why the Star Wars community's dead in terms of this kind of stuff, is that you're killing enthusiasm for fan-made projects no one's going to do it anymore. And then you lose fans. Like, it doesn't just kill the projects, it kills fans altogether. And here's the repository. Repository unavailable due to DMCA takedown. This repository is currently disabled due to a DMCA takedown notice. We have disabled public access to the repository. The notice has been publicly posted. If you are the repository owner and you believe that your repository was disabled as a result of mistake or misidentification, you have the right to file a counter notice and have the repository reinstated. Our help articles provide more details on our DMCA takedown policies and how to file a counter notice. If you have any questions about the process or the risks in filing a counter notice, we suggest that you consult a lawyer. So, there you go. The RE3 project now is now the subject of a takedown. I still think that he should probably counter it. At least I would if that was if that were me.
Yeah, I mean, he probably will, but
Let's see. This morning, the project's chief
because
creator
he said he wasn't
alerted.
sure if it was a troll or not or something.
This morning, the project's chief creator alerted Eurogamer to a DMCA takedown, supposedly from Rockstar parent company Take-Two, that was hauled from both RE3 and RE Vice City. The DMCA on takedown says unauthorized and should be removed immediately. All files have now been removed, seemingly automatically by GitHub. Project lead App tells Eurogamers he's not sure the DMCA takedown is actually from Take-Two. We read that. We've asked Take-Two for clarification. App is now faced with a dilemma. He can file a counterclaim, but he's worried this may spark a lawsuit. It seems he is currently trying to find out the nature of the claim before working out what to do next. No idea how exactly the project will continue. We'll see. He said, when I covered RE3 and RE Vice City this week, I wondered whether Take-Two would become calling. RE3 acquires PC game assets to work, so you must own a copy of GTA 3. An app had stressed on GitHub that the code should only be used for educational documentation and modding purposes. And we already read that it doesn't. They don't encourage or condone piracy and commercial use. But Take-Two and Rockstar have a reputation of taking a hard line with fan remakes and other who tinker with their code. So I asked, was the team worried about an intervention? Yes, we were very much worried about that and tried to stay under the radar for as long as possible. We've got a lot of attention when the Switch port happened, but nothing from Take-Two. We took that as a sign they didn't care or are really blind. App had considered the fact that Super Mario 64 reverse engineering project was still up on GitHub as a good sign because Nintendo is about as aggressive as Take-Two in these matters. The future of App's current target, a reverse engineering project of 2005 PSP game Liberty City Stories, dubbed LSCS, is now up in the air. So, yeah, Take-Two, keep in mind, for anyone who doesn't remember, Take-Two is the same company that, when Borderlands 3, before it came out, some YouTube channel was doing news about the game. Like he read an article about like leaked info of the game, like how we're doing right now, and he did a video on it. And this caused Take-Two to send a private investigators, almost like fucking goons, like crime goons, to his house.
Like, so this isn't just like saying, hey, you can't do that, or hey, we don't like this, but hey, we are sending someone to your house to harass you because you dared you dared talk about this. Not even like it wasn't even like how Cyberpunk had the hack where like their information was leaked out there and it's like this is confidential private information from the company that got leaked. No, they're just talking about the game itself, just like we are now, and they sent someone to go and harass this person in real life. Yeah, shows a lot about you as a company.
Sorry. Alright, so yeah, and it's just a mess up. Data, do you have anything to say about this? About the whole like modding and DMCA striking and all that? Considering how we've been victim to this sort of thing, we've got for anyone who's watching and isn't aware, and on December 18th we did a live stream, a live commentary of Die Hard 2, and we didn't even get like, I don't know, it was, the live stream lasted for 8 minutes, but
looks like Merc is
I think
muted here.
No, he's here. But the live stream didn't even last. I think it lasted for anywhere between 4 to 8 minutes, and we got a copyright strike.
Yeah.
We got a copyright strike, and we have no idea why.
But like the guy was saying, he doesn't even know if it's actually the company themselves.
Yeah, but he doesn't know
Just
if it's even Take-Two, and that's he's trying to find out.
Initial takedown request,
Yeah.
or if it is a troll group or something else.
Yep.
Again,
It's very possible, especially on that side of the web.
Control. Could be the company themselves. We don't know.
Yep. No, and here's the.
Yeah, Merc, your mic's muted or down right now.
No, I'm not. Oh, I am on Discord. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm on Push to Talk. Oh, no, on Discord. But yeah, so I was asking Data, do you have anything to say regarding the whole like DMCA stuff and everything?
I mean, modders are always playing with fire when they're modding and using code and files and assets that don't belong to them.
I don't know.
That's really
Well, then
my
also too, it might come into more of a thing of what constitutes fair use.
And that's yeah. And also the fact that a lot of companies like Take-Two and especially Disney definitely overuse and illegally use the copyright strike in DMCA. Like, because
Yeah.
if you're doing something that, like, you can make your, like, they make, the way these a lot of these companies see it, including the ones I named, is that if you make anything so much that is there, like, you made something like a Marvel fan thing, right? And like that's evil to them. Like that's if that they own it and it's theirs, not yours, even though you made it, because they own the thing. They own
Yeah,
the name
I
and all
don't
that.
like the way that works.
And it's not the case, especially since again, if say you're not making like this. In case of a game, you make a fan-made Iron Man game, right? That's for sake of argument, or a fan-made Spider-Man game or something, and you, it's free. You're just making this as like a fun project, because you're passionate, you like the characters, you wanted to make a good game because Iron Man really has never had a good game, and you make the game, and then all of a sudden, you have Disney's legal team all over your ass. The game gets taken away, or worse is which has happened with a lot of fan films that are IPs Disney owns. Is Disney then takes those fan films and makes money off of them, and the creator doesn't see anything.
Yeah, they've essentially stolen your content because they fucking can.
Exactly. Hell, they've stolen fan art and used it to promote their movies for I think for like Star Wars and stuff, and the guys that make those artwork don't see a fucking dime.
Well, I mean, then again, too, bearing in mind that this is Disney,
Yeah.
they've also, now that Disney owns Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
I
I just neglected to mention the Star Wars stuff they've done because we'd be here for a while.
They've also been going and making it so that so there are well, I believe it was authors of a lot of the books
Oh
that Disney
yeah.
now owns through Star Wars.
All the
And
old
Disney's
the
making
legacy
money
books
off
as
of
they're
these,
calling it.
but Disney's saying, well, it was before we had acquired Star Wars, so we don't need to pay you, even though we are still monetizing and making money off of your works. They are essentially stealing.
They're
the
selling
IP.
rebranded versions of their books. Pretty much, it's their book.
No, not even rebranded. I don't even think they rebranded them.
No, they're rebranded because now they have legends on them.
Okay,
So it's like pretty much it's like a photo. Essentially, it's like, okay, we just put legends on the book now and we sell it. It's like that's it. That's
yeah,
the only
but it's
difference
like
now.
you
Now
are
it's
still
legend on the
selling the
cover.
same content. I made this content. You owe me money. Disney goes, nope, no, we don't.
Yeah, and this is how many
they've been doing this
how
for
many
years.
authors now? How many authors have this been? Because I remember hearing
I don't even know.
it was close to it was
a couple
it was in
dozen,
the
I think.
teens last I heard.
It's at least a dozen.
Because it was like a lot of the old books. It was crazy, and that's like, and I stayed away purposely from it because I didn't want to get too much into it. But anyway, the point is, like Star Wars, they several fan games have been shut down because Star Wars fan games. There's one that I was following for a while that is that's still being made, but it's not Star Wars anymore. If you looked at it, you never would have even been able to guess it was once a Star Wars fan game. It looks completely different because EA and Disney both got on their asses and actually sued them, and they lost money, and these guys lost a lot of people too. And then it's like, okay, now this game, they're still going, which is amazing, but it's not like I kind of been following them extremely vaguely now because it's extremely like rarely because I don't it's not the game I was following, and also I lost interest in enthusiasm in Star Wars anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But that's why they killed my enthusiasm, because now any fan project you do, anything, fan art, fan films, Disney took. There was a fan film that thing I mentioned about like Disney taking a fan film and making money off of it. That happened with a Star Wars fan film.
Yep.
You know, it happened with a few games. Games got canceled. It's crazy. And there are countless stories like this, especially with the Star Wars stuff. And that's why I lost my enthusiasm. Is that it's like, well, why be a fan if you're being punished for doing so? You know, you're not like, I can't create anything now. Like I'm now, it's like you're now feared. Like if I create something, I can get hit with a legal team that can do whatever the fuck they want because they have enough money and power.
My stuff, yeah, they can just take what I have made, and I have no protections whatsoever. And in some cases, do what's completely
Like
legal.
this Batman I'm showing on
However,
the screen. This is my Batman. You know, you can't take this from me. It's mine. I created it by hand. It's from scratch. But if this were like a Spider-Man or something, Disney would probably take it and steal it and use it for their own ends. And I wouldn't see a damn dime, even though I put heart and soul work into it. Also, I'm debating if I should put this on a T-shirt or not. But
I would argue that if you use a copyrighted theme, then you're kind of asking for it.
True.
It doesn't matter whether you put your heart and soul in a project at all, because I mean it doesn't belong.
Well, yes and no.
But then you have fair use, and then that's the whole problem.
You have fair use, but also you have this basic copyright law that still says that, hey, if you go and make something, now if you go and make something and try to sell it, that's one thing. Because then, if for example, if I were to go and make a T-shirt and I were to put Spider-Man on there and I try to sell that, okay, that's not fair use because I'm trying to, even though I made the art, I'm still using the intellectual property to go and sell that. So that would be running into a lot of issues there.
Which is why I don't sell any stuff on a T-shirt.
Just going and making it and going like, hey, here's this cool design. Hey, I'm making this fan-made Star Wars movie. And he comes and says, hey, you can't fucking do that, bitch. We're shutting you down. And then even worse, to make money off of it, off of the product that I made, under, at least from what I remember on the copyright law, you as a creator, and anything you create, and again, this applies in the U.S. here, for anything you create, you automatically have copyright over. Now the overarching universe of it can be owned by someone else, of course. So it's like you don't suddenly own like Star Wars or anything like that. But over just the characters and story that you have made, you have control over that. But again, this is very, very simplified. There's all kinds of nuance to it, but that's the general gist.
Like take a comic book character. Take a comic book character, like just within the comic or something. A specific artist, can own a comic book character, even though it's still like the intellectual property and everything's part of Marvel. Jack Kirby owns, a specific character. Like that's how it would work. I'm just using names off the top of my head for this reference, but like okay, take the New Gods, the fourth world of DC, right? Like Darkseid and Orion and all those guys. Jack Kirby owns those. Yeah, they're part of DC, and unfortunately Jack Kirby passed away in 1994. But Jack Kirby owns those. Those are his characters, and he did get royalties for those.
What? The only one who gets royalties is us. Anyone else is just a chump.
But yeah. Do we have anything else to say on this topic, or should we move on?
Fuck Disney.
What was that?
Fuck Disney.
Oh yeah. Look, I was never a fan of Disney. Like, I know a lot of people grew up with The Lion King and this, that. I never watched those films as a kid, so I really don't. I never had a connection to Disney. Like, Disney to me was like, oh, it was that weird channel that like had this really dumbass shows that my sister would watch, and like every time they were on, I would leave the room. And now Disney's like, oh well, I went from that to like, okay, now Disney's literally killed my love for something
I love
grew up on.
my waifu.
Oh, and this is that article for the antitrust lawsuit. Hold on. All right, so we do have some interesting news. Sony's planning a new PS5 VR headset. There's not really much to the take from this article. It's just they're making a VR headset for the PS5.
It'll probably go just as well over as the Kinect did for the Xbox.
Well, the PS4 or the PlayStation VR headset for the PS4 launched in 2016, and Sony confirmed that it sold 5 million headsets in the beginning of 2020. By the
Only
beginning of
5
2020,
million?
sorry. By the beginning. So the only thing to take away from this really is that it's going to be utilizing the PS5's DualSense controllers that have drifting issues, as Data and I covered last week. Because that's always fun, having drifting issues on your controller. They suck. I've had that problem before. Alright, we do have, I think, one more gaming story. We'll do this. And that is, state representative, I'm not even going to say the party because to me it doesn't matter. State representative in Illinois is introduces bill to prohibit the sale of all violent video games amid rise in carjackings. So it's the age-old, video games cause violence type. I'm sure it has nothing. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that throughout the entire, pretty much, I would say 70% of the year 2020, riots and violence and all sorts of mayhem were allowed to ensue with no legal repercussions.
And encouraged by politicians. Don't forget that. But
And
it was the video games that caused it, of course.
No, of course. It was all the video games' fault. I'm sure it wasn't the radical idealism.
The days before Pong came out and introduced violence to the world, it must have been nice. We didn't have any wars. That whole like World War II thing. It must it just must have been nothing, right? Nothing like when video games were invented. Stupid fucking politicians being stupid fucking dumb shit.
Of course.
But
I'll read the article to humor you guys anyways. In an attempt to curb the recent rise of carjackings within the Chicago area, Illinois State Representative Marcus Evans has introduced a new bill that seeks to blanket ban the sale of violent video games within the state. First introduced by Evans on February 22nd, HB 3531 seeks to amend the violent video games law in the Criminal Code of 2012 in order to change provisions that restricts the sale of or rental of violent video games to minors to prohibit the sale of all violent video games. The bill will also modify the definition of a violent video game to mean a video game that allows a user or player to control a character within the video game that is encouraged to perpetuate human-on-human violence in which the human kills or otherwise causes serious physical or psychological harm to another human or an animal. So pretty much every video game in existence. Save, like, Animal Crossing or something. HB 2531 will also
Animal Crossing is fishing, and fishing harms animals.
Or like Farming Simulator.
Yeah,
I would say Surgeon Simulator too, but let's be.
No, you're hurting people.
No, Surgeon Simulator.
Violence.
You're encouraged to be mischievous, and HB 2531 would also modify the definition of serious physical harm in the above to include child abuse, sexual abuse, animal abuse, domestic violence, violence against women, or motor vehicular theft with a driver or passenger present.
Because violence against men, that's okay. But violence
that's a good
women,
point. They don't mention men. or passenger present inside the vehicle when the theft begins, alongside depictions of death, dismemberment, amputation, decapitation, maiming, disfigurement, and mutilation of body parts. This sounds like an ad for a good video game, if I'm being honest. I'm being fully serious there. I want it. I like that.
I wonder. So that with them again specifying that violence against women, is that male privilege they talk about to where it's like, oh well, violence against you categorically, well, that's fine. But we're gonna specify other groups. They get real protection. The rest of you, fuck off.
Well, see, that's why lately I've been making the joke that, like, I'm their worst nightmare, because I'm a straight white male and I'm Jewish, so therefore I'm like their devil to them.
You are? Terrifying.
Meanwhile, but seriously, I love, this, the problem I'm getting, the first thing I got, I was thinking, like, you said, the lacking of men being present in the description. I was thinking more along the lines of, this is the exact same type of censorship that China employs in their video games.
Yep.
Like, all the stuff here, you're not allowed to have in Chinese video games. Or video games to be sold in China.
Well,
so my worry is like, okay, so that means that we're having our government tell us that we should have the same exact type of censorship in video games that China wants. That's not good.
Well, the thing is, I'm sure with plenty of our politicians, they see China and they see the kinds of things that the Chinese government can do, mostly to its people, because the Chinese government, they don't have citizens, they have subjects. They give no fucks.
Oh, like, dude, you don't have to sugarcoat it.
If they want to go kidnap you, throw you into a quite literal concentration camp, they want to rape you all day, they want to torture you, re-educate you, whatever the fuck they want to do with you, oh, sure, fine, what the fucking people going to do? All those people who said, never again, Germany, never again. Yeah, well, yeah.
Dude, you don't have to sugarcoat it. You can say it as it is.
No,
jokes aside, I am being serious. Anyone that's listening to this channel, like, we will not censor, like, we'll self-censor ourselves in regards of what we don't want to say. Like, I don't want to say slurs like, the N-word and stuff like that. But, in regards to what YouTube doesn't want me to say, like, you can't say the word sex because...
Wait, we can't say nachos?
We can't say Nazis either.
No, nachos.
I don't know. Can we not say nachos?
Fuck, we said it again.
I don't know. I have to look up if we can see nachos. Damn it! Searching if we can't say nachos. Oh, I did it again. It's like a...
I said taco,
it's like Monty Python. Like, he said the word. What? It? He said it again. And I said it again. I said it again.
We are the knights who say me.
Oh, that's a gold move. That's
Strawberries aside.
Awesome. Strawberries aside. Hey, speaking of shrubberies, where's our shrubbery?
He died.
No, he's probably bitching about the name thing again. If passed, the bill would also see any person who sells, rents, or permits to be sold or rented any violent video game charged with a petty offense and fined $1,000. Per oh my god.
Because, politicians don't fucking jerk off. Because, like I said, I'm sure there's plenty of politicians who see what China does to its people in terms of kidnapping anyone that just fucking wants to, torturing them, murdering them, raping them, whatever the fuck.
They're taking... China pretty much takes place out of the Nazi and communist Russia playbook. That's pretty much China in a nutshell.
They see that and they're just like, fuck, yeah, that sounds great. Because, again, and again, too, it's always the perspective of, well, that's great from the perspective of being the ruling class, which are many politicians in the US
1%,
have this idea that they are the elite and the rest of us just need to, fuck off and die whenever they feel like it.
According to the Chicago Sun-Times, Representative Evans was inspired to draft the bill after meeting with Early Walker? Early? Really? The founder of Operation Safe Pump, a private security operation meant to counter the rise in carjackings at gas stations and other businesses.
Because, GTA did that.
What, having a private security firm?
No, dude. Carjackings.
Oh.
That was all GTA,
Oh, definitely showing a lot of GTA screenshots here.
Of course. Wait. What about the time? What about the time?
Oh,
when
except
it
for
was
the Resident Evil 2 remake screenshot where you're fighting fucking zombies
fucking details.
and you play as a cop. You play as a cop in a zombie apocalypse.
Shit, fucking details.
Oh, but then again, these are the same assholes that want to defund the police, and here in New York, successfully to a degree, had done so.
No, there was what was the city in like Massachusetts or something where the politicians, like the city council, defunded the police there, and then immediately turned around, took the money from the police budget that would have gone to the police, hired themselves private security, and left the populace at large to just fuck off and die. It's
Of
like,
course.
you guys get protection, but the rest of
Well,
us
that sounds
fuckers
like
who
the
you
argument
supposedly
from back
fucking work for,
back in the
we
summer.
get fucking nothing. Oh,
back in the
okay.
summer when all these celebrities were asking for the police to be, have their funding pulled. It's like, yeah, because you're going to be okay because you have private
Yeah, you have
security
fucking
guarding your
private
fucking
security, you
mansions with giant gates and shit.
Well, of course, because again, they are the elite. We are just the peasants.
Exactly.
We can just fuck off and choke on shit and die, of course.
I mean, I'm literally a
Like,
starving and
fucking
struggling
hell.
artist, so I feel like this. Well, I feel like this game has become. What do you mean this game? I feel like this game has become a huge issue in the Spectrum, said Walker, who had previously
I don't know.
reached out
Whatever game it is, it's this
Right.
game.
To numerous state legislators. Legislators.
These
goddamn it.
legislators can't even
In
put
an
a fucking
attempt to
DVD in a
specifically
DVD
ban the
player.
Grand Theft Auto series from stores. When you compare the two, you see harsh similarities as it relates to these carjackings. You're getting
Sure,
four by
yeah,
making one plus one.
If playing GTA 5 makes me a carjacker, playing Surgeon Simulator makes me a fucking doctor. Pay up, bitch.
Carjackings are becoming an increasing problem within the Chicago area, with the Chicago Police Department responding to 218 such incidents in January 2021 alone. In 2020, Chicago saw 1,362 carjackings, with some even being committed by armed children as young as 10 years old.
And the parents have no blame in this. Remember,
Oh, of course, you
it's
can't blame
all
the
video
parent.
games.
It's video games, clearly. What do you
can't
make
be that the
of
parents
Representative
are
Evans'
fucking
anti-violent?
terrible, or the kids is fucking terrible, potentially.
And then the final thing of this article is asking us what we think of this anti-violent video game bill, and it's
I
also
think it's a
asking
bunch
people
of
to put
fucking
comments.
hoopla disguised
Of
as
course it is.
what you think of the kids.
Why not banning plastic straws? Why not banning plastic straws? Got rid
Hey,
of California's
if you ban
problems,
cars,
right?
hey, if you ban cars, carjacking will go down.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And
I mean,
roads will be
look.
safer. All those kids who got run over by cars last year, that won't happen if you ban cars. We need to ban cars.
I mean, look, if
Fucking
the
dumb
problem
shit,
that Chicago's
politicians.
having with carjackings, here in New York we're having with shootings and gun violence. From
But it's
during
okay.
during the
police
riots,
will- wait.
during the riots and mainly significantly after pretty much from the summer onward, we've been having a surge in gun violence in the city. I'm talking at least 3 shootings a day.
But it's okay. The politicians will protect you, right? Oh fuck, no, they won't.
Yeah, well, supposedly we got the mayoral candidacy this year. It's looking horrible. You know what's worse? We have a communist wannabe running up. Anyway, yeah. Let's see. We might move on from video games for now to talk about some more stupidity.
Well, I thought that was the last thing.
Oh no! Before we move on to the stupidity, because I guess we pretty much have a new segment here on the show: Internet Stupidity. You know, we started with that whole the TikTok challenge where people are knocking themselves out literally. But first, let's cover some comic book news or movie news. Same thing.
Oh, let's do like one more thing here, and then we'll wrap this up.
Go for it. Hello.
Hmm?
Didn't you say one more thing?
Yeah, let's do like one more thing. And then
Oh,
we'll wrap
okay.
it
I was
up
just gonna
for-
briefly say.
for this segment.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
this.
I thought you said
We'll
I
do a
had one
part
more
2 at
thing,
some
and I'm
later
like,
point.
okay, go for it. So Spider-Man No Way Home premieres in December 2021. No more confusion on the title. So they titled the third Spider-Man movie, the one that's rumored to have Tobey Maguire come back as Spider-Man and all that. It's called No Way Home because they're really
they're bringing back Tobey Maguire as
Supposedly.
like if they were just bringing him back, that'd be one thing. But it's like they're bringing him back as Spider-Man. That's fucking weird, man.
I don't know. They're trying to do like
Well, it's supposed to
supposedly
be
they're going to do like their own
multiverse themed, right?
Supposedly the rumors they're going to be doing their own like movie like live action Spider-Verse thing. Or something like that,
weird.
which like look, let me phone home. Look, I'm gonna say I hated. I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. I hated at least the comic book version of the Spider-Verse thing because it wasn't.
How dare you?
Because it was a stupid idea.
I'm kidding.
You have billions of it's pretty much every. You had some new versions, and then you have pretty much every version of Spider-Man ever, including some new ones, and none of them. A lot of them doesn't make sense. But also the point is, you're taking away from the character when you do this because you're. It's like okay, let's. It was just so weird. It's pretty much like now the character's not special because now it's like happened to everyone. Like everyone now, it's like Spider-Man. It's like it's.
No, when everyone's special.
Like what the '90s cartoon did, pretty much did the original version of this, where they did have alternate versions of Spider-Man. One of them, let's see, you had the cartoon title character. You had Spider-Man. You had a Spider-Man that had Doc Ock's arms. Which was cool. It was like I don't remember what the reasoning was. I think it wasn't like he took them from Doc Ock or something, started to use them.
He ripped his arms out of his fucking sockets.
Yeah. Not his human arms, the mechanical ones, dumbass. And then you had obviously the Iron Man Spider-Man, in the spider armor. Like it was interesting ideas there because they were very different from another, but they had similarities. Whereas here it's just like it's every version of Spider-Man, so it's like you got regular Spider-Man and then regular Spider-Man but with 6 arms, and it's like, and that's why the Spider-Verse movie worked too, because again you had very different versions of the character. Shattered Dimensions also worked because of that. The video game where you have Ultimate Spider-Man, Mainstream Spider-Man, the S-Man in 2099, and Spidey Noir. But yeah, so it's pretty much they're calling the new one Spider-Man No Way Home. That's it.
Phone home.
Well, I know you're not a fan of the
MCU
newer Spider-Man movies, but I gotta say I really don't have much problem with them, to be honest. But I'm not a big comic book guy. I didn't read any comics growing up, and I really haven't read any comics, period. So I'm coming at it from a different angle and perspective than you are, probably.
Yeah, and that was my experience with the first one, with the Homecoming movie, was that pretty much everyone that I talked to wasn't like a big Spidey fan. That like whether didn't read comics or wasn't like a huge cartoon fan or whatever. They love the movie, whereas Spidey fans were like, "This sucks." So, and again, coming from that, I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, so obviously I'm biased. But who isn't? Yeah, it's not really. It's a character in name only. I mean, Spider-Man's always been a loner. Like, I'm not a fan of the whole like everyone knows his he's got.
Well, I mean,
this group of friends that know his identity.
I did like the what was there was a cartoon where it was like Spider-Man working with Shield, and he had his own team. I forgot what it was called exactly.
Oh, the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon.
Yeah, I did like that. I thought that was pretty good. You might be.
I didn't like it, but I mean, it wasn't horrible. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about it. But also, we have news. Tom Holland confirms Spider-Man contract is ending after No Way Home. Following yesterday's official title reveal for the upcoming third MCU Spidey film, Tom Holland has finally opened up about his future as the fan-favorite Marvel character. Speaking with Collider, the 24-year-old British actor confirmed that his Marvel Studios and Sony Pictures contract will be ending after Spider-Man No Way Home. However, despite that, he remains committed to continue to continue on playing the iconic hero as long as he could, and will instantly return for more if the studio decide to bring him back. And then you have the actual interview here. Related, Spider-Man composer Danny Elfman to score Raimi's Doctor Strange 2. Wow, they're bringing the whole original cast back together for Doctor Strange 2, huh?
Bringing the band back.
And then we got Sam Raimi, who made the original Spider-Man movies. And Danny Elfman did the iconic score for those films. By the way, here's a thing that's just, regardless of being a Spider-Man fan or not, that I found stupid. They clearly favor the why am I blanking on the name? Band that they have, the band that they always have playing in the Spider-Man movies in the trailers.
Mm.
Why am I blanking on the name? Blitzkrieg was with the song that they played in one of them.
Ooh.
I Want to Be Sedated. Why am I blanking on the name of this band? God damn it. Anyway, this band did a Spider-Man song and they don't use it. Like, they literally did a cover of the Spider-Man theme song from the 67 cartoon.
Yep, no idea.
God damn it, why am I... Ramones. The Ramones. I knew I'd remember it. But yeah, the Ramones is a Spider-Man song. They don't use it, but they used the Ramones, Blitzkrieg, and I Want to Be Sedated and stuff like that for all these other movies. And it's like weird. Like they made a Spider-Man song. Why don't you play that? It's actually really good. But yeah, so we got the contract ending. Spider-Man 3 will be my last one under contract. So I've always said to them, if they want me back, I'll be there in a heartbeat. I've loved every minute of being part of the amazing world. It's changed my life for the better. I'm so lucky to be here. If they want me back, I'll be there. And if they don't, I will walk off into the sunset very, very happy because it's been an amazing journey.
I think it would be a mistake if they decided to go with a different actor at this point.
Here's the thing, I have nothing against the actor, I just don't like the writing. I don't like how he's pretty much Iron Boy. I'd call him Iron Lad, but there's an actual character called Iron Lad, and that would be a disservice to him. The way I understand it is that the agreement between the two studios... Oh, was it? Okay. On the possible disagreements that Marvel Studios and Sony Pictures may have again in the future if they do decide to continue making more Spider-Man films together, Holland answered. The way I understand it is the agreement between the two studios has already happened. Now, I don't think they're going to run into the same troubles that they did as they were going into. Was it Spider-Man 2, Far From Home, had come out, and then the whole thing happened between Sony and Marvel. I think the two studios have worked it out, and I don't think that there will be a problem in the future, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, just not very... And they're talking about how, like, the possible crossover with the Venom movie, expecting... Jamie Foxx casting further blurs the lines between Sony's three web-slinging okay, here, this was the... Tom Holland will return for Spider-Man No Way Home as a titular wall crawler, alongside Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange, going up against Jamie Foxx's Electro. Given the ending of Far From Home, however, any number of his rogues gallery are also likely to eager for a fight. The third installment of the MCU Spider-Man films will also feature the return of Zendaya as MJ. Yay. Race-swapping characters. And I know it's Michelle Jones and not Mary Jane, but do you really think they're going to bring in Mary Jane and add two MJs?
Yeah, no.
Exactly. It's a race swap. While most of the original series cast are set to return for the threequel, you can just call it a sequel. Fox's casting further blurs the lines, and then we have J.K. Simmons back as J. Jonah Jameson, and potential involvement of Alfred Molina. For anyone who doesn't know, Alfred Molina was Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2. And both Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's potential return to the Spider-Verse. Charlie Cox had probably signed on to reprise his fan favorite role as Daredevil. So it pretty much just a bunch of rumors and almost like fan theories.
No, yes.
And I think we're gonna end it. Why don't we end the show about the Superman show? Have you guys watched it?
Nope.
Watched what?
The Superman show, the new one. The
there's a new
Superman
one?
and Lois.
I was unaware that there was a new.
CW, I think.
So no, I have not seen it.
Vivid memories are of the days when my life changed. There you go, friend.
But you have this clip here where it's like it's classic Superman suit and everything. And it was actually, I saw it. It was actually, I was expecting it to be horrible and like politically correct and garbage and all that, but it was actually decent. You know, it was actually a decent show. It was very much soap opera-y. You know, a lot of drama and, you know, discussions in hallways and sitting down on couches and shit.
Not the couches.
But, I mean, it wasn't...
Most of the CW shows are a lot like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the formula for pretty much all of them anyways. I will say this, it's definitely no Lois and... The Adventures of Lois and Clark. With Dean Cain as Superman here. Also, Lois Lane in this show definitely looked better than in Superman and Lois. But yeah, I mean, it's a decent show. Like, I'm willing. I watched the first episode. You know, I didn't hate it. I'm actually kind of curious.
How dare you not hate it?
I mean, I'll continue giving it a chance. I just wish that they kind of used
Never.
this costume more because I really miss Superman in the undies. But yeah, I think, you know what, we kind of have to cover this. And that is, Coca-Cola fallout prompts LinkedIn to delete Robin DiAngelo diversity course telling employees to be less white.
Ah, yes, because racism is okay as long as it's in whatever form I deem.
Right. After Coca-Cola faced a massive wave of backlash for its reported use in their own employee inclusion training, LinkedIn has deleted an online Robin DiAngelo-led diversity course which told viewers to be less white. The course, titled Confront Racism with Robin DiAngelo, was first brought to attention on February 20th by Dr. Carolyn Porsenko, and if I'm laughing while reading this, it's because of how absurd it is, who shared 4 slides from the course shared with her by an internal Coca-Cola whistleblower, featuring a presentation titled Understanding What It Means to Be White, Challenging What It Means to Be Racist. Because apparently you're racist just by being white.
Of course.
Naturally. The course's Confronting Racism module told audiences to be less white, informing them to be less white is to be less oppressive, less arrogant, less certain, less defensive, less ignorant, and more humble.
Because again, if you disagree with our racism,
oh god,
that's just white fragility.
And here you actually have images of this. Here, be less aggressive, less to listen, believe, break with apathy, break with white solidarity.
Well, again,
the hell
if
does
you
that even mean?
I don't
disagree
know.
with our
And that's-
racism, you must be racist, because that's how this works. Like, I just love how these days you have a major company being openly racist,
Many companies.
and it just gets either brushed under the rug or poo-pooed. It's perfectly fine as long as you're racist in the right direction. It's just like it's utterly fucking disgusting and reprehensible, and that it's a major company doing it.
Oh, and here's the thing is that one of the schools here in the upper, I think it was the west, not upper, sorry, I was supposed to say the upper west side, not the case. I think it was the west So one of the I don't remember. Anyway, there was a school here in the city that sent a pamphlet to parents about checking their white privilege. And this is
Honestly,
reminding
at
me
that
of
point,
that.
I'd be
It's like
suing the school for
it's
racism.
so it's like and that was a school,
it's
and that's what
openly
worries me there.
racist.
That was a school. Like that means what are they teaching the kids? Like
What the
if
fuck?
you ask me, you have to teach kids to be fucking colorblind, except for when it comes to art, because colors actually matter when you're drawing and shit.
Well, no,
Like,
being,
that stuff
being
matters.
colorblind is now a symbol of white supremacy because only white people can afford to be colorblind, according to these fucking
You know
dumb
what's
shits.
ironic too is that all the people that are making all this shit up are white. For the like,
Oh yeah. Well, it's like most of the black people are going like, talking about you're fucking nuts.
Following the course's use being brought to light, as the company faced a massive wave of outrage over the fact that such racist material was included in their training materials, Coca-Cola
I'm glad they called it
issued a
racist.
statement denying that D'Angelo's video was part of their curriculum. The video circulating on social media is from publicly available LinkedIn learning series and is not a focus of our company's curriculum, a Coca-Cola spokesperson told Blaze Media curation editor Chris Pandolfo. Okay, interesting name. Our Better Together global learning curriculum is part of a learning plan to help build an inclusive workspace. It is comprised of a number of short.
So again, Coca-Cola sees racism as a better workplace. They see racism in the workplace as better.
I just hate
In
the words
their
like
own words.
inclusion because
In
you
their
know
own
it's just
words.
fancy buzzwords. It's nothing actual. There's no meaning.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah,
But I'm
it's
just
just
in
it's
their own
bullshit
words.
for show.
Exactly.
In their own words, racism good.
And that's
Or Coca-Cola.
Disney as well, CBS. Like especially the case with the new Star Trek shows. Data, I know you don't like.
Oh,
them.
absolutely.
When we go into this, but I just want to mention like with the STD and Picard especially, they're always about like we need more powerful black women and all that, right? Except they show black women, at least in Picard, as incompetent drug addicts, like washouts. It's like that
What the fuck?
that don't amount to anything, and it's hard. It's like. Yeah, like that's your idea of a powerful woman? Jeez. That and then they turn women into men, like what they did with
Well, of course, because again, you can't
pretty much
have
everyone.
a good female character unless it's just a man with boobs.
Pretty much.
Because
Not even.
that's what makes a woman.
Or it's like a woman acting like a man. That's pretty much how they see it. Like, and you know what? Like when you have Vasquez from Aliens being more feminine than your strong female protagonist of X politically correct movie today, that's not good. Not to say anything against Vasquez. It's just like Vasquez was that typical
like,
Marine,
yeah, it's like
type
she is
mentality.
a Marine.
It's like she exactly that was like she was that the tough Marine chick. I mean, that movie is full of character stereotypes, but in a good way. Like, kind of like, Halo Reach did the same thing, where it's like the character stereotypes, like you got the leader, the smart one, the big guy, I shouldn't say stereotypes. Archetypes, that's the word. Archetypes.
Yeah.
Character archetypes. And look, those archetypes exist for a reason. They're called archetypes for a reason. The video curriculum and social... Okay, we read this. Our Better Together global learning curriculum is part of a learning plan to help build an inclusive workplace. It is comprised of a number of short vignettes. Vignette? I don't know.
Whatever.
I know what it is. I use it in photography a lot, but I don't fucking know how to pronounce the word. Each a few minutes long. The training includes access to LinkedIn learning on a variety of topics, including on diversity, equity, and inclusion. All buzzwords that many of these corporations all use. Diversity especially.
Or racism.
But equity is a new one because that one's used a lot in politics now.
Yep.
And here's the thing: is equity is not equality.
Nope.
And they use it instead of equality, and that's the problem.
Well, because equality is bad. If you treat everyone equally, and really, I think it's that with a lot of politicians and now corporations, if you treat everyone equally, look at if you look at the actual days of the civil rights movement when it was really inside. For instance, when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was still alive, at that point, equality was the end goal for people to be treated the same, whether they're man or woman, black or white, or some other thereof other minority, but for everyone to be treated the same. And I would say that we've got it. I would say like 70-80% of the way there. Are we ever going to be fully at 100%?
No, because we're human beings.
Unfortunately, I don't think so. Just because we're human
We're
beings.
never going to be 100%, but I do think that we would eventually be to the point where it's no longer an issue. You'll still have the occasional.
I would say at least for a lot of the 90s and even early 2000s.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you.
Very, very low. Yeah. And then I would say, due to many politicians, but especially including President Barack Obama here.
Definitely the early 2010s was definitely when things started.
There was a lot of race
and then 2015 is when
this.
everything started.
They encouraged it.
No, I would say 2000. No, I'd say early 2010.
Whatever, around there.
That's when it started to take a nosedive.
But when you're seeing companies, here you have Coca-Cola literally outright, blatantly saying, we find racism in the workplace. We find outright, complete, no holds barred racism in the workplace to be good.
Look at research shows that by age 3 to 4.
Look at
this reads. This is fucked up. Research shows that by age 3 to 4, children understand that it is better to be white. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? Kids don't even honestly at 4 years old. If you ask a kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? A fire truck. Kids don't even understand the concept really of what race is at that point, let alone the differences or nuances thereof. It's some fucking dumb shit. Political bullshitters sitting there jerking off to this shit.
In the U.S. and other Western nations, white people are socialized to feel that they are inherently superior because they are white.
Bullshit.
Then explain to me why I was chased down 3 city blocks because I was Jewish when I was a fucking teenager.
But that's outweighed by your male privilege and white privilege.
Next is going to be age privilege.
Honestly, all it is it's because when you get down to it, when you actually go and break it down, racism itself is a subset of bigotry, in that you are treating someone else better or worse solely because, in this case, based on solely factors that they cannot change. It does not matter if the factor is you're treating someone badly because they're black or because they're white. If you're doing it, you're still racist. It doesn't matter what your supposed justification is of it. You're a fucking racist. If you're treating someone better or worse because of their gender, it doesn't matter if you're declining someone a job because they're a woman or because they're a man. You're fucking sexist. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no justification for it. You are. And the fact that you have these even companies now, politicians, pretending that they are more right and ethical for doing this, it's exactly what we saw in the 40s and 50s and 60s and before that. It's the exact same fucking thing. Because you're always going to have whoever the bigot is. They'll always have a justification. Well, it's just inherent. Well, it's just it's obvious. Well, can't you see if you can't see how it's racist, if you can't see how it's sexist, that I treat you as a bigot, that me doing this horrible thing is right. Well, that just means that you're more of a bad person because, of course, it can't possibly be that they're the bigot. That can't be right. Because again, these people are also too usually so fully egotistical. They can't possibly see that they could ever be wrong. It's everyone else that's wrong, not them. But when you get down to it, it's all just another form of bigotry. And it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't matter who you direct it toward. If you're a bigot, you're a bigot. You don't sugarcoat it. You don't pretend it's right or ethical or good. You're a fucking bigot. You're a bad person
Right.
at that point.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is kind of, this is reminding me in a non-funny way of something that is funny, and that was a few years ago. My brother and I were reading something that said that milk is a white supremacist Nazi drink or something along those lines. I remember like one of them something saying like it was a Nazi drink, another saying it was a white supremacist drink, and never really going into reason why. I guess because it's a white drink. It's milk is white.
Well, of course, because anything that's white is bad.
So is
Because,
chocolate
again,
milk okay?
They're racist. Well, and I love too. It's like
What
you
the
have so much of
fuck
this
is
stuff.
wrong
Oh,
with
this is
people?
a dog whistle for this, that. It's like no, you're a fucking bigot. You're racist. You know these people try to pretend that they're something they're not. They try to go and hide behind this label or that label. No, they're fucking racists. And for anyone who encounters anyone like this, just tell me to their face, hey, you're racist. And they'll try to backpedal. They'll try to give their justification because, of course, their racism is justified. Their racism is okay. No, it's not. Your racism, your sexism, your whatever bigotry you try to peddle out there, and if somehow anyone from any of these corporations or anyone who does hold these ideas, no, you can try to pretend all you want. It doesn't make it right, just as it wasn't right back in the 40s when people be like, hey, no, you can't sit on this seat in the bus. You have to go to the back of the bus. No, you can't use this water fountain. You have to go to the colored water fountains. No, you can't have this job. This is a man's job. You can't have a woman in this job. No, it doesn't
It's
make
pretty
it
much
right
it's
doing
that,
it
but
now.
now it's reversed. And to me, it's
It
like
doesn't.
it doesn't
make
matter
any right.
what color you're
whatever your
against.
target
All of a
is.
sudden, you're still being racist.
Well, I mean,
and
it's the same
bigoted.
action. It's the same people doing it. It's the same actions. Just because your target is different to your bigotry, it doesn't change what you're doing. And again, people
And
try
that's
to
the problem
pretend
too.
that
It's like okay
they're not,
now
but
the mentality now is like if you're black you're a victim. That it doesn't matter. You're a victim, and that that's also being bigoted. Like no,
of course.
and it's like if you're white, that's you're racist, and if you're
Well, there always has to be an enemy, and it can't possibly be the politicians and the corporations that are going and peddling this racism. Because again, if you were to look, early 2000s, and I would say even in the 90s, generally speaking, I would say actual racism was going down. But then, of course, you have to redefine racism because you have these politicians who they make an entire career out of fighting it. And if it goes away to the point where it's, by and large, pretty rare to encounter actual racists, well, we can't have that because then what use do they have for me?
and this whole all those riots started because of the whole George Floyd thing back in the summer, and it's like the dude was
I
a
mean,
criminal.
for the past 10 years, most of the stuff that gets peddled out by the news media, oh, you have this racist, you use a racist cop with this poor black man or woman,
And then it turns out that the guy
when the
was
actual
like,
data comes out,
and it turns out the guy
oh.
kidnapped the woman's kids in his car and was pulling a knife out against the cops who killed him. That was actually one of the stories that I think LeBron James was promoting this guy.
Yeah,
and it's like, and it turns out, no, this guy had her kids in his car, and he had a knife in the glove compartment that he was going to get, and cops shot him.
Also, too, bear in mind, too, earlier in that day, he also sexually assaulted or
right. I was about to say I couldn't remember if it was a sexual
wife.
harassment or assault or whatever, so I just didn't bother because I didn't want to. Like I didn't know for sure.
Like,
so I didn't want to say.
And these are the people the politicians go and hold up as the. It's like no wonder society's fucked up when the politicians go and say this person is good, and it's like this person is nothing good. This person is nothing to go and hold up as a role model. And then kids go and see, well, the politicians say this is good. No fucking wonder kids are being violent these days. When these so-called heroes of your community that get peddled around by the fucking politician are criminals themselves. Do you really fucking wonder why kids might be violent. Well, it must be the video games. No, it can't possibly be the politicians. Can't possibly be the mayors and the governors and the news media who peddle these criminals out and saying these, these poor victims. And again, and that's not to say that I 102. That's not to say that racism, white on black, does not happen. It absolutely does. Like I said, it'll be pretty fucking hard to ever get rid of racism because it's an idea and it's a form of bigotry. There's always going to be bigotry.
Look, just like,
and I will say, there's bad cops out there.
Anti-Semitism is never going to fully disappear. It just won't.
Exactly.
But at the same time, we could at least make an effort to get rid of it, but that's not even being done.
Well, no, the politicians these days are fucking anti-Semitists.
Of course they fucking are.
But that's okay
I still have to put out.
Jewish
I still have to put out that video that I promised I'd make. Pretty much the video that I'm making. One of the things I talk about is it's that they use. They're anti-Semites, and then they use Jews for when it serves their purposes. Like, oh, we love the Jews, or yay Israel and all that. But it's just put on a show to serve their narrative and it's a power play or whatever. And then that's really it. It's like, I hate being used.
But they're using you for a good purpose that is their own.
And that's not good. If it serves if it serves the betterment of of Israel or something, that's fine. Like, look, when Trump made Jerusalem Jerusalem's the Hebrew word for Jerusalem. Jerusalem the capital, the official capital of Israel, which I grew up thinking it was the capital the entire time. I didn't realize. I knew that Tel Aviv was where the embassy was.
Wasn't it that the U.S. had not acknowledged?
Right. Well, and every other country as well.
It is the capital. It's just the U.S. sits there and goes, no, it's not. I'm like, look.
And it is. Look, growing up, I learned it was because it is the capital.
Like the fuck it isn't. Yes, it fucking is.
And that was great. Like, and not only did the U.S. acknowledge it, but they made other countries acknowledge it. And that.
But Orange Man bad.
Oh, fuck that. He did something good there.
No, can't. It's impossible. Orange Man bad.
And they continue here, though, that the spokesperson concluded the training includes access to LinkedIn Learning on a variety of topics, including. Okay, we read that. An additional statement provided to Newsweek. Coca-Cola further claimed that the video in question was accessible on a third-party platform and was not part of the company's curriculum, so it was not required.
So
our overall
racist,
diversity, equity, and inclusion training is required and received input from employees reflecting a wide range of backgrounds, views, and expertise.
Bullshit.
However, just days after Coca-Cola issued their above statement, LinkedIn Vice President of Corporate Communications Nicole Leverage, I'm butchering all these names, informed Newsweek that the Confronting Racism course featuring Robin DiAngelo is no longer available in our course library at the request of the third-party content provider we license this content from. We provide a wide variety of learning content, including more than 270 courses on the topics of diversity, including diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Leverage noted, we will continue to add new courses to help people learn the skills they need to be more successful in their career, including the foundational skills we all need to be effective allies and help build a more equitable future. Again, equitable, not equal.
But still, so at least it appears so far LinkedIn is not racist, but Coca-Cola, racist company. You heard it here, folks.
Yeah.
But it's okay because they're the right kind of racist, and that's literally what it is. Nowadays, it's okay to be sexist as long as you're the right kind of sexist. It's okay to be racist as long as you're the right kind of racist.
This goes back.
That's
we've
quite literally
for
what they're peddling.
Remember that conversation we had a few months ago about the whole Twitter protecting that child pornography thing until Homeland Security got involved.
Oh yeah.
And we're talking about how like what doesn't unfortunately this is the case is that a lot of people feel surprised when you hear about a man getting or in this case a young boy, but men getting being the victim instead of the woman of terms of sexual harassment or abuse or whatever. And it's like, no, we're equal. Like it doesn't like it happens to everyone type of thing. It's not like women are the damsel in distress. You can have dudes in distress too.
Well, when there's actually been studies looking at like with people who are married, and looking at spousal abuse, so things like if one partner is beating up the other, we're just even talking physical abuse, not even emotional or anything like that. It's about 50-50 in terms of if the male is the
Right.
perpetrator or the female is the perpetrator. Of course, when people think about, if I were to call a domestic abuse hotline right now, if I were to just call up a domestic abuse hotline and tell them, hi, my wife or my girlfriend is beating me up, can you please help me or offer me some assistance? They're probably going to go and laugh at me and hang up. Like I've literally heard reports from guys, and bear in mind, I'm a soldier here. I've been with a lot of guys here, talked with a lot of people, and we've talked about all kinds of personal stuff here. That guys, you go through this kind of shit, there's pretty much no resources. There's resources all over the place for women who are being domestically abused, and it's a good thing that there are. I'm not saying there should be less, but if you're a guy and you're being domestically abused, oh no. And and also too, if you are trying to get away from your abusive spouse, and especially if you have a kid in tow, good fucking luck trying to find any kind of actual shelter to take you out. Although they'll take the kid, but to have you with the kid, oh no, can't have that. Sorry. Okay, because it's not like men are people too. No.
No, because men are evil. Because apparently they're the only.
Well, there always has to be, of course, a villain to this.
Yet they want the women to be men in movies and stuff. It's weird.
Well, that's the ironic part too. It's like all men are pigs. Women are equal to men. Wait a minute. Like the messages you're putting out do not quite make sense when taken in conjuncture. Anyway, so long story short, call a racist. LinkedIn not so racist, at least at this point. And on that note,
yes, let's just end it on some good news, real quick.
could use some.
I will. Elon Musk, so this is from a few weeks ago, but Elon Musk says he wants new Tesla Roadster to hover.
Okay, how's he gonna do that?
So changing gears radically to Elon Musk wants Tesla's new sports car to make 007 proud. The billionaire electric car tycoon said he's working on tricking out the forthcoming Tesla Roadster with rocket technology so it can hover above the ground. I'm trying to figure out how to make
Wait. This said rocket technology?
Yes.
Like I was thinking it was gonna be like maglev or something here.
I was thinking that too, but I guess he wants to use fucking thrusters, man.
Alright. Fuck it.
I'm trying to figure out how to make this thing hover without, killing people. Musk said in an episode of Joe Rogan's podcast.
That's good.
Released Thursday of whatever week this was, February 12th. I thought
Good to
maybe
make it
we
hover
could
without
make it
killing
hover,
the
but
occupants.
not too high. So maybe it can hover like a meter above the ground or something like that. If you plummet, you blow out a suspension, but you're not going to die. This is really encouraging.
So I'm just wondering, why do we need this to hover? Like, does it
Because
say that
he's
anywhere?
got a few $1 billion to burn, I guess.
I guess. I get like the like floaty cars in Cyberpunk are cool and all. Oh shit. Elon Musk just played Cyberpunk. Ah, fuck. Here we go.
Oh, that's probably what he's trying to do. He's trying to make AVs.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, we've had.
I mean, that would
AV
explain why the
technology.
rocket fuel.
We've had cars that can also be airplanes here for
Oh, that's
what,
true.
a decade now, at least.
No, more.
Yeah, like 2 probably. More,
We go on
something.
since the 80s.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Honestly, yeah, probably.
Tesla has been working on an updated version of the Roadster, the company's first mass-market electric car, for several years. The Silicon Valley company expects to finish engineering the model this year and hopes to start shipping it in 2022, according to Musk. Tesla is
That's
working on an updated
hilarious.
version of the Roadster, which they hope. Okay, the Roadster would be able to move through the air while floating above the ground if Musk's hovering experiments are successful. He said. He claimed Tesla will offer a SpaceX option package, apparently named for Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, that will equip the car with highly pressurized fuel vessel and a bunch of thrusters. I love how he's just like, maybe it'll float like a meter or so. I don't know. And we'll put a bunch of thrusters on it, and it's just so super casual. If the hovering doesn't work out, the Roadster could still have rear thrusters that would make it move like a bat out of hell. So pretty much making it a Batmobile.
This is fucking hilarious.
I know. I like how we went from like here's companies being extremely racist and bigoted and anti-Semitic to here's this really cool, funny thing. Enjoy this, guys. You know, at minimum, I'm confident we can do a thruster where the light.
I mean, realistically speaking, we probably won't have the license plate fold down just
I was
because.
going to say that was my thought too. It was like, that's legally
that would probably have issues legally speaking. But you could
also,
definitely
where
have a
the hell
little
would you
panel.
be able to use this?
That's
You'd have
a
to be on an
bigger
open road like this picture here in order to do that.
Look! If you're telling me I can't use this on the tight, windy roads of Colorado here, then I don't want. If that's wrong, I don't want to be fucking right.
I'm just gonna use it to plow through the traffic in New York,
Just.
Batman style. Tesla first unveiled a new Roadster in 2017. The following year, SpaceX launched Musk's personal Roadster into space. The car passed Mars for the first time last fall. Tesla shares closed up 0.55% Friday. I guess that would make it, February 12th? Whatever. February 12th. Okay.
Sure.
So when this article came out, at $816.12 a share. I imagine a share. It may not be a share. I don't know. I'm not great with stocks. But this is kind of awesome, hilarious, and absurd at the same time. Like, yeah, I would love to have a hovering car, but I mean, the way he describes it, I thought maybe we can make it hover, but not too high, so maybe it can hover like a meter above the ground, something like that.
Well,
you blow up the suspension, but you're not going to die.
Using rockets. Like, what kind of rocket are you going to use that will be able to long term, as in more than about 30 seconds, make this vehicle hover without using? Because again, I was thinking maglev or something.
You need to have 1,700 gallons of fuel in order to keep it hovering for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. This is my favorite. I'm trying to figure out how to make this thing hover without, killing people.
that would generally be good. I'm glad they have it in the design document. Yes. You just see the engineer with the little notepad.
Don't kill people.
Killing _
It's like
you see two of the sides, you sit in the back and go, ah.
Just so absurd. I love it. Hey, look, flying car, man. Sure.
Fuck is this? Space engineers?
Oh my god. A bunch of thrusters. I just like that. At minimum, I'm confident we can do the thruster style. Yeah, 3 tons of thrust. Have a Batmobile style rocket pack at the back there. It'll be fine. At least that'll be more feasible.
Usable?
Feasible.
Same difference.
Whatever. This is great.
And on that note, we'll leave.
On that note, we're going to end the stream. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed and found this informative or entertaining, or at the very least, thought-provoking.
Provoke something.
I know. But yeah, we're going to end the stream here. This has been episode 16 of Cast in Shadows. I hope everyone has enjoyed, and if you enjoyed the video, if you're watching this whether you're watching this live or in the rerun, thank you. rerun. Thank you so much for tuning in, because it really means a lot, and literally we couldn't do any of this without you. And if you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, and if you didn't, give it a thumbs down and tell us why in the comment section, so that we can actually have feedback and actually, hear from you guys. And
regardless, make sure you direct your thoughts to Overlord Zool for Zool and Zoom All.
Either that, or then you end up with death by snoo. I don't know, man. But yeah, if you want to help the channel out, please subscribe. And if you have subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube really enjoys fucking with us and unsubscribing you guys. Also, if you want to help support the channel in a more personal manner, we do have merch on our Teespring store. We added some new merch recently, which I can show off in a second. Hold on.
We also accept money orders, gold bars, and
well, we do have a PayPal, so we literally can accept just straight up money. Link for everything is in the description, but I just want to show off the new merch real quick. If it ever loads. So here we got, I revamped the store here, so you got cool font. We got the new merch, True Gaming Gear.
Remember, you're not a real gamer unless you have
a t-shirt that has a gaming handicap sign on it. Of course, everything you see here is original artwork by yours truly. So.
Wait, I thought it was drawn by the cat.
Oh, the cat was drawn by the cat. Just covered her in ink and then smushed her against a paper, and then that was it.
Point the laser pointer at the wall, cat jumps at the wall, bam.
We also have Hebrew merch too for anyone that wants Hebrew merch. It's just Cast in the Shadows in Hebrew. It's Zokbit Aladdin. So, and it also is Shushan Purim. So happy Shushan Purim, everyone. Which is just the day. It's just the day after Purim, except it's not actually. But whatever. It's weird.
But if you aren't happy, we're gonna find you, and we're gonna hug you.
And we also have the Star Wars is Dead T-shirt, which is great. I love how they let me do that. But yeah, link for the script for all of this in the description below. And yeah, this will definitely be up on the rerun. So again, thank you so much for tuning in, and until next time, this has been Mando, Merc, Cam, and Data of Cast in the Shadows. Remember to treat others that you want to be treated.
See you.
I didn't do the outro music. Oh well. Data, permission to do your music?
Yeah, sure.
We'll just have Cam hum to you. It'd be great.